I believe
Open
it
up
should
my crazy
be
map
the interweb.
on the interwebs.
A
That's
picture
the
of a
official
bird.
terminology.
We are.
No, if you want to sound old, you just have to add like plural to any, like the YouTubes
I have been a
Yeah.
teacher. I don't need to
interwebs.
try to sound old.
or the Twitches,
When the kids were like,
the Twitters.
"Do you have a Snapchat?" I was like, "I don't even know what that is." I was like, "I have no clue what that even
Oh.
means." So you
Just
know,
was thinking about this. This might be something that you're interested in, as though the times may not work ideally for you. You may not catch the VODs after the fact. So Kitfox Games, the publisher, Manikai, is having like a 9-year anniversary celebration next week, and it's going to end up being like a combination of like devs from like the various games they're publishing, like Boyfriend Dungeon stuff, Tarn and Zach Adams because they're handling like the publishing of Dwarf Fortress, and then David from A Sharp, who's handled King and Dragon Pass of 6 Age, is going to be with them on one day.
Moon Hunter's on there too. I played that. Huh. All right, you know, save this little thing. You being clued in.
What's it called?
Here it's in a little picture here now.
Oh,
just to me.
great.
I said it just to you.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's a festival that Kitfox Games, the publisher,
Oh, there
is
it is.
holding. Because they've been around for 9 years and they're doing a thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have some of their games.
They're handling the publishing of not just Boyfriend Dungeon and not just Dwarf Fortress, but also 6 Ages. And Manikai's got a thing for that, so that's why I
Good
brought
game.
it up.
And Dwarf Fortress.
Yep.
I would say that's the
I remember coming into your room and just seeing all these dumb little pixels there, like some kind of matrix.
Well, they're making it with graphics now.
Oh, okay. So not the real enthusiasts won't.
And it's been like officially like at work for a couple years due to like medical bills that Tarn and Zach Adams have had, and that's been like the primary impetus, I believe, for like making like a graphically like released version. You can still get Dwarf Fortress from Bay 12 for free, but like this version that Kitfox is publishing is like the money they're going to be getting for that is going for like medical expenses.
They've always been very humble when I've
That's what we like. Also, they have a game called Paparazzi, and
well, that's for
photograph dogs.
Uh-huh.
And the dog looks so shocked. He's like, "What the fuck?" Okay. Well, sorry. I'm
all right.
I'm
And
entranced.
this is on. Let's see.
Yeah, that's on twitch.tv/kitfox _ games. That'll be they've already had the 13th and the 14th one, obviously. Tarn and Zach Adams are happening right now.
I see. That makes sense. I was trying to make sense of these dates. Their month.
Are you fucking kidding me? Can you not like conceptually?
No, I just.
What is the 13th and 14th and 15th month?
I was like, they can't be there. Is it AM or PM? But it says all 2. Never mind. Sorry.
After hanging out with you for close to a decade, I'm starting to think that this narrow defined like conception you have of like calendar space and time along with temperature and measurements may be holding you back. I see European dates and I could easily flip that in my head. What do you mean it's the 13th month? I don't understand.
I just never see the other ones, right? That's just not a thing that I'm ever shown.
It's like if you never lose, that can end up creating a weakness as well because you're unused to the idea of losing. You've never prepared for it. I have seen European calendar measurements, and I've seen my calendar and notations, and I figure it out. But you don't, so aha.
Well, it's good that I have my American friends too.
Yes.
These trying issues.
in these dark times. All right,
Yes.
that's enough stalling. Eri,
Let's do
deliver
this.
us.
Yes. All right. All right. All right. All right. Sorry, I have something that's not important. Yes. Last time on the Dress of the Dragon Coast, it happened. We came to the year with a planar alignment where we could ask anything and get anything done, except if you really hate the Far Realm, and then you probably won't take that opportunity. But Vesicatrix did not have such problems, and so she went to try and fuse her soul with those 2 soul sparks of Baal that she had recently gotten. When she was there, she noticed that there was a bunch of Netherese shadow mages that were also doing a ritual. The Death King showed up and was like, "Hey, they are making something I really want, but they have a bunch of people from hell. Could you help me?" And she was like, "Sure, I'm sure I don't want them to have anything very powerful. What could happen if this elder evil, deity lich thing has it instead? That probably will not be my problem." Then she tried to attack the devils and got absolutely trashed, and then teleported to Emmy. And after sass ensues, she went home, and then Emmy got another guest. One, Veros, wanted to speak with her. He does show up without the Chosen and tells of much struggle from his travels and how he hopes that the Chosen of Sylvanas can cure Cindermoon, because boy, do the druids need a leader. Someone who really knows how to battle all these bad things. During this talk, Emmy shares her own story with Veros being tied with her soul owned by Hell, and what Malar has offered her for her service. In the end, he understands her choice, as Maliki puts personal freedom very high. And, disgustingly, what are we supposed to learn from this? Be honest? No. Plan your conversations very carefully and talk in the right way that Emissary does. Varus hopes to find a different way for Emmy, despite understanding, and I thought this was kind of funny, one that will be better for Emmy, but maybe also just better for the world than having this powerful entity that is not done growing fight for Malar. That seems like it could become a problem. Emmy agrees to go to Cormyr and look after the Chosen of Sylvanas, while Veras will go and try and fight Cindermoon, so that they can try and undo Shar's power over her. And Emissary Litrathir says that she will protect the Chosen of Sylvanas, and the enemies can just come, and I'm sure they won't, because she'll beat them all. And if they can't beat her, well, then they probably, deserve to take the Chosen. Vesicatrix, after recovering from, putting 2 more souls in there, just cram them in, realizes that she can now feel where the other part of Baal, the tiny part Yafel now has leached from her, is. And she knows irrevocably that something will happen in 6 years involving this other entity that is currently residing in Cormyr. After some time, she decides to go through the portal that she has built finally, and in there faces the Baelor again, and narrowly wins. And then, once she is in this room full of, broken pottery that has held the bodies of Yafu's servants, most likely, and a giant stone that is some kind of very elaborate controller. She switches to giant nerd mode and starts identifying everything, and that is where she can now be found for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. That was good. Now, last time, you integrated the god souls of Baal, and you secured what is beyond the gate. Currently, our goals are remove Netherese influence from Sembia and become an avatar of Malar. Which I now realize could technically be completed by either of you. It seems like it's a bit harder journey for one than the other.
Hey!
But that leaves Recicatrix here with
Oh,
two.
wow. 2 free girls, yes. Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm struggling with finding out how to word it.
Claim the domain of murder.
Yeah.
Ascend. This
Murder all
mortal
other
flesh.
gods.
Well, I mean, one of them is become an avatar of Malar, so long-term
Right.
goals can certainly be something that I can see where you want to go with your character.
I think she wants to. So basically, she wants to understand the controller, right? Like, I'm hesitant to put it as a goal because I don't know. I don't see the goal as being necessarily rerouting it because I don't know
Right,
what that entails.
I have a suggestion for you.
Yes, please.
Because I know how this thing works.
Yes,
obviously, which
I
you can
mean-
understand why it's difficult. So if what you want to do basically is you want to begin doing the thing, you don't know
Yes.
what options you have right now. You want to begin doing the thing and figure out how it
Sabotage the
works.
ritual? Is that?
Well,
It could be
That's very
undo
broad.
Gregarin's influence upon the ritual, like the work that the Undead Stone Giant has done to it. We just want to unmake that and unravel it.
that could be a goal. That's something that's possible to do.
What were you thinking, Manka?
Hard to do. I was thinking an easy goal, which I'm pretty sure you could do, which is obtain 1 research. Numerical, just a single one.
Oh. Okay. Done.
If you just want basically a filler spot, right?
Yeah, but yeah, it's also yes. This is the thing. It's like, oh yes, I want to do something with this. I'm like, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, yes. Do I think the Dead King should not get, my power? Sure, but I'd rather he gets it than Yaffle gets it. So that's why I would, because otherwise that would be a good goal. But I'm like, I
Mechanically.
need to know
Why?
because I hate her, and she don't get it.
Okay.
All right.
Not
So
fair.
that's one. You want to spend some time researching
Yes.
on them. What else does Recicatrix want to know?
Well, that is the thing, isn't it? I just
Having good
Go back
lives.
to it.
Everything's coming up with Cicatrix. Running out of things to accomplish in the world.
yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, I mean, see, she has sort of kept herself out of the hole. She has a truce with Cormyr, and she defeated all those black dragons. Which reminds me, do I have to spend company efforts to teach my black dragons to be mounts, or
No, I think that's something you're basically.
That's my
I
people
suppose
doing.
Cassell or
great?
would be doing.
Yeah, probably not.
It's not. You're
probably
not. You're not
Gethro.
trying to make an asset because you don't have that many. It's
No.
more like you want mounts available so they can
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
mounts that don't just get shut out from under them. Yeah. All right. Maybe you're just leaving it empty. and then you can fill it in next time. I mean, it's not like not having a goal for something prevents you from doing it. So,
Yeah. I think really, that's gonna be the focus.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe the goal is to find new goals.
No, I don't think so.
All right. Then we can pretty much jump into things. Emissary has gone off to Susail Marsember, the sort of twin cities that are the capital of Cormyr, whether the administrative capital or the royal capital.
Yeah, considering the time of year when she met Veros Fire Shield, it's probably in winter when she departs the Gulthandor region and flies for Cormyr.
That seems likely. Yeah. Let's I'm debating where to start here. But you arrive there in winter. We'll do that before we flip over the.
Okay.
As yeah, I mean, what's there to say, right? Cormyr, it's white spires, it's wide open streets with lots of parks and this cobblestone streets with little trees. What do you call that when there's trees on each side of the road?
I get it. There's plenty of that around here.
Yeah. It's a beautiful city. Susail more so, while Marsember is sort of a big sprawling metropolis of merchants, primarily. Lots of ships getting ready to do things. I mean, certainly there is a sense of, there's a slight nervousness to most of this, but really, people have been living with the shadow of Netherils for so long, for their whole lives, really, that the thought that this could break into a violent war full of death and destruction that could mean the end of all of them, it just seems so far away to most people that these humans don't really seem too concerned with it.
That's something the dragon doesn't conceptualize either. She remembers a time before the shadow emerged and covered this coastline, and given the lifespans of humans, there are many around who have lived with this their entire lives.
Yeah, they don't seem there's been a muster. Everyone's registered at a watch center if there is an emergency, right? Every citizen has a job basically, but it's not like it will come to that. There's been these problems with the dragons, but that calmed down. There's word of monsters and such beyond the Stormhorns, but when isn't there? The people here are as removed from conflict as they can be. Really, the talk of the future is a lot about a lot about royal gossip and talking of trends and maybe even of the events of Baldur's Gate are beginning to filter in here. What happened there? What could have been that? Some people say that there must have been a Netherese thing since Black Dragon was involved. That seems very Netherese. That's the prevailing theory. Beyond that, some people are gathering money to help support Amn, hoping to come and give some aid in their trying time. This plague is being spread. Hopefully that'll be the end of the troubles there. But yeah, really not a lot of focus on that. As for people of power, I mean, Emissary is a powerful being with, just your level, really. Even if you weren't trained in perception and insight, you sort of have pretty good eyes on you and an understanding of what things are threatening. Also from being just a predator, a hunter, right? You can game recognizes game, as it were.
Yeah.
And looking around, this is also a city of powerful people, right? The war mages and such of Cormyr that, 100 years ago when the spell plague happened were devastated. They have been rebuilt and sort of, in a way, stronger than ever. There's many Paragon tier people around here. Their swords and their robes, their sword mages, or their spire guards, they're war wizards, for that matter. All orders sort of dedicated to war. Beyond that, there's 4 knight orders, though most of them seem to have been sent north or even to the Dale lands to make a corridor seems to be a Cormyrian strategy at the moment, to make a corridor reaching out to the Cormenther Forest, hoping to...
Right,
hoping
I remember
to-
like mention of that given the pressure being put there.
Yeah, they're trying to make a corridor to the forest there to aid with the defense of a place called Myth-Dranor. Apparently an ancient elven civilization area, very important to them, surely. None of the people here really know about that. No one's really been there. But the Dales have always been sort of culturally a little different, but certainly friendly neighbors. They've always had trouble. And historically, the Dale lands have been a struggle between the forces of the Centaurum and then Cormyr in trying to sort of push back and forth as to which region sort of dominates the area, which power dominates. And that seems to be something they're picking back up, because some of the Dales have begun, Netheril has begun pushing a little bit, and the Dales are pushing back. Though they're covered in darkness for the most part. Strange things are happening there. Some say that they have seen the sage of Shadowdale once more, though he was thought to be mad and living in the woods as a hermit, ancient wizard doing things over there.
All right.
Yeah, they're sending forces there. So really, the dragon's arrival is of course people look, but there's enough powerful people around that they're not immediately it would be inconceivable for Emissary to just begin rampaging. Right? Well, there would be no accomplishing anything there.
Right.
So you could certainly trash like a market or a city block fairly easily. conquering the capital would be probably out of.
Aha! Steal all their apples.
It's not just the quality of folks there; it's just the sheer quantity that it's just.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
certainly.
Arcember is an older city, and it's got a lot built into it.
Yeah, it is old, and it is from a nation that, like most normal people, most of the commoners, don't think of war, but the royalty certainly does, pretty much constantly, as they've always been forced to do, with their family tree being pruned by Netherese assassins, pretty much constantly.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Been happening like a bonsai tree. They've been reduced in a similar way as gods have during the spell plague. They have been sort of picked off wherever they've been. And so they've all grown, a bit cynical, perhaps.
I get you.
Yeah.
That's good. The Green Dragon, thought that it was possible people would see a dragon and go, "Oh no, the dragons," given prior concerns in years with dragons, but she figured there was enough power floating around here that folks wouldn't immediately panic and flee from her, which is good because she gave some consideration to being like an animal or her Jonathan human form, but that sounded like effort, and she didn't really care. It's going to be easier for her to do what she wants as a dragon, so let's just cut out that whole pretend to be something else thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of places, and probably her problem now is going to be finding the person she's looking for.
Yes.
There's lots of temples. One of the biggest religions here is Ogma, and so a prominent site in the city is a large Ogmite temple, the symbols of which she can certainly recognize. They weren't friends of the Redenseer people. Really, the Redenseer people went to Redenseer to get away from them because they believed that this temple was too free in giving up knowledge and didn't ask for it in return.
I remember the Redenseer Ogmites were a bit more close-minded.
Yeah. Beyond that, Malar has a fairly large presence.
Does he?
Yeah.
It's not exactly a popular god.
In the gutters and the secrets. Yeah. No, it's not not openly, but she would know it, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, beyond. We got like Tymora, anything about trade and commerce, and then also Amunator, god of the sun and light.
Understandable.
Is fairly popular these days. Shah is outlawed, as it turns out, so none of that.
That's
going around.
Yeah.
Well, probably a lot of that going around, but not officially. No,
Yeah.
no open temples or anything.
Any hastily erected like temples that are like devoted to any other gods whose domains involve like light, like Myliki?
Like there's a lot of these ones. Not perhaps as much temples, but like
Shrines.
shrines. You can find. I mean, it's a
Gotcha.
big enough city that you can find like a pretty much a group of people worshiping any god that isn't like incredibly
Shrines
sinister.
to Umberlee on the coastline.
There is, yeah. It's not great. It's not big, but it's there as it probably is in all
Yes,
functioning port towns in Faerun.
absolutely.
You do not really get away with. I mean, yeah. There's a
It's easier to pay.
the Umberlee avatar, whose job it is, or chosen, whose job it is to enforce that, is the chosen Kraken, Elder Kraken, which is not a creature you want to mess with. I mean, that's a double stacking power.
It can't
Right.
even speak. It's
Oh, it
just
can.
a
It
giant
is. It
monster.
is.
Oh, okay.
Last seen on the Sword Coast, right?
Yes, yes. Apparently, Neverwinter didn't pay, or rather, stopped paying their tithe, and so the city's harbor was absolutely trashed. But it's a lot of Eldritch power. I mean, not Eldritch. You fought a big Kraken thing. You know sort of what that is, an astral Kraken.
Oh,
Just
man.
imagine a chosen Kraken instead.
That's the
And then
best.
after it left, as it turns out, the Apolethic Sovereignty showed up. So it's been bad times in Neverwinter. Unfortunate for them,
Neverwinter
if only-
always
if
having
only
a
someone
bad
could have
time.
done something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
That's how it
Imagine
goes.
setting a campaign there.
Oh, what a shame.
So
Yeah.
yes, Cormyr is sizable. And Visor Legithir has basically like a description of Sylvanas' chosen that she is going on. She can't exactly paste that on milk cartons. And now she has like the entirety of like Cormyr effectively to cover with nothing but like her agents really who are like over here on this side
Mhm.
to like direct her along.
Yeah.
Which I guess she's gonna be leaning on. Checks notes. Myliki druids as well as assassins and spies that are being directed against Netheril. Okay.
Yes.
Covering all
Yeah,
bases.
I mean, she can check out these medicators. Now, this guy is ostensibly not supposed to be super easy to find, but he's also a chosen, which means that there's a lot of people keeping tabs on where he is, and for various reasons, really.
Right.
And it's also a reason to not be anywhere where it's super easy to get to him.
Sure.
We'll probably feel more comfortable in a forest or something alone, but right now isn't really the time to feel comfortable. Of why he's here,
No.
not some sort of holiday trip.
Let me go hang out in the dark forest.
Yeah. Oh, the night is beautiful. That is bad idea.
The moon filtering through the canopy of trees.
Yeah, but I think I just want to stress it's a change of pace, right? This might be the biggest city. It's sort of at the similar size as Westgate, I suppose, but it's supported by a much wider.
Right. It's far more intact than Westgate
Oh
is.
yes, Westgate is a shantytown upon a shantytown upon a shantytown in sort of multiple layers of ramshackle construction built upon the ruins of sort of an ancient city. But
and given the power of the Kingdom of Cormyr, there's a lot of like bristling military power here in Marsimber. Given
yeah,
what's happening there, yeah, this certainly would be 30-ish thousand, 40-ish thousand maybe folks, which is definitely bigger than any place she's been in before.
yeah, and just the nice smells here, like ale, many spices from all over the world. Like this really is a bustling trade in a different way than Westgate, which is more like people with cloaks and daggers everywhere, sort of trading discreet packages of forbidden things. Here it's all open, it's all bright, it's sunny, it's shiny, it's nice, right? Even the water is sort of like the.
I guess trade has picked up from Marsimber in recent years, huh?
Yeah. The whole construction of this road really helped a lot. to be able to sort of just go directly to the Sword Coast, and
Their boats being able to pass by Westgate,
unhindered.
unhassled.
It's pretty good times for them economically.
Okay.
As well, people are not really keeping their money for long term because never know what's going to be worth in 5
I
years.
was gonna say, how long has it been? How
Make your
how
investments
soon are
now.
those 10 years up?
Hasn't been that long, Aaron.
Yeah, you need another 6 years, it seems.
All right.
So, in a while. But yeah, you will find in the temple of Sylvanas, or rather shrine, which is a small-ish place, just a collection of trees, slightly outside the city wall, but certainly in easy view of it.
All right, so on the outskirts rather than like a grove,
Yeah.
further in the city. I got you.
It's a bit further inland, bit further up a hill, or on top of a hill, and from it, you'd be able to. It's one of these weird nature things, right? If you are in the grove, you can sort of look out between the trees and see down the city, but there's no way anyone down there could look really into the grove. It just looks like a smallish patch of trees. But once you walk
Privacy
in
curtain.
between them, they sort of seem bigger than they should be.
I got you.
Beyond that, it is guarded by wild animals, basically. Wolves and such would be walking around. They certainly don't do anything to stop.
I was going to say, how would they react to them?
No, they don't care. They are clued in as part of the basically their defense here. She's not here to harm it, and so just no need.
She is not. Surprise. Corrupt them. God.
This is my time.
Yeah. That was my moment.
People.
Who spends a little bit of time there, Marcember, is puzzled by the size, then the people's sort of ambivalence and attitudes and how they're not immediately concerned by the overwhelming shadow. Let's send aid to help them through their situation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it would be such
The smells, the bustling trade. And then spends some days orienting herself before she claws on stone, walking towards the shrine of Sylvanas.
Mm-hmm. Would you have partaken in what the city has to offer, or does she more like?
I don't think so. She's here on official business, and she's not willing to be distracted from that. She needs to grasp this chosen of Sylvanas before they scamper away out of Marcember or something happens to them. She doesn't want to go explain to Veros well.
So I lost him.
The local food was really good, and the next thing I knew,
I haven't had anything like this since Midsummer.
Oh yeah, I brought you a bun, and I thought maybe you'd want
a rice bowl and a bun. What the fuck?
A nice bottle of the famed Suse ale.
So maybe not be in so much of a rush to find Cinder. But...
All right. Yeah. So I'm just trying to picture the scene here, right? There's lots of trees surrounded, but it's a clearing as you come in here. There's bird song and a gentle breeze coming through. It's brisk, right? The trees are sort of autumn colored. I don't think they've lost all their leaves as you might expect in winter. I think this place has a little bit of a sort of energy to keep it sustained.
It's definitely colder up here than it would be further south.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a sort of they're very temperate, right? Well, south of the Lake of Dragons, it's a little bit more.
The shadow hanging overhead, also doesn't help with temperature.
So this place seems to not really be affected by that. If you look up, you'd see a moon.
Yeah, saloon.
Through the shadow. In here is a series of people, druids of Sylvanas and of Myeliki, surprisingly or unsurprisingly.
Hmm.
I don't think Emissary would recognize them, but certainly some of the people that he has provided would be here.
Right.
And there
Yep.
is an elf that she notices instantly sees as being this powerful person. She's
Dragon like whips her head around, like having like an assessment of people in the shrine. Predatory eyes, looking over, see if there's any trouble before locking upon the elf.
there's light conversation in here between the people. The elf is just sort of standing, looking halfway up into the canopy, seemingly listening to the wind as it slowly blows through the tree. As Emissary sort of comes into the clearing, he does look down. Look at Emissary. He clearly is not surprised that Emissary shows up here. And he doesn't really show much of any emotion to it. No, the bull, he just sort of notes it.
She thinks to herself, yeah, her experience with Zal is gnarly. It's the thing. She isn't sure what she expects, though, beyond that. Like, she, like, beholding like a chosen, like, she knows how she felt like when she was standing in the presence of Nobanyan, and then again, Nobanyan was like some sort of, like, corrupted and debased, like, shadow of himself. Supposed to be, like, the chosen of a powerful, greater deity here.
Yeah, you look. The elf seems the thing that mostly shows that this is being a power is the general sense of being sort of nonplussed about anything going on. There is no immediacy. There is a feeling of being a pro footballer playing with like 8th graders. He is going through the motions here, but it is not for his sake that he is spending time with these druids right now.
I got you. All the 8th graders hanging off of the the limbs. All right, I understand. Yeah, the Green Dragon understands this mindset of being carefree. Okay.
And as he, looks upon Emissary, he of course recognizes that Emissary is a being of power, right? And probably also the trees and the animals have told him through others. Because Emissary is a legendary creature whose name is recognized certainly by druids all over. Druids and dragons, and probably psionics too. Would probably anywhere you go. What they just say.
That's right. You can make a skill check to learn more about me.
It's easier the higher level you are.
DC 15.
He could make that. Yeah. He will nod to one of the druids who has been standing nearby. He hasn't really participated in the conversation, but he has been politely included. They seem to be very happy to talk to him. As they will sort of accept that he's done listening to them. Will make his way slowly, walking towards Emissary. He's sort of wearing a bit of a robe. Looks like elven silk, probably from the Silver Marches. He certainly is a wood elf out of Silvery Moon. So,
okay.
It's comfortable but light. And as he walks, sort of the leaves and such around him blur up as if the wind follows him. Almost as adored as an adoring fan.
Oh my god.
A little bit of sort of Disney princessy. Sort of the animals and birds as he moves, they sort of stop their song to watch him.
The eyes look at him, yeah.
Certainly a different exposure that she had with Evander Highcastle as well. Yeah. All right. Green Dragon does not work to close the distance herself. Waits for Sylvanas' chosen to approach her tries to assume like the most patience that she has built up over her lifetime because she is a carefree individual. You know, thinking of all of the training Zalaznar has given her, not intentionally. And dealing.
Yeah.
I have been properly prepared for this. I have broken the old tree and of a brick. I mean,
You know, thinking to herself, like, yes, I could. All right, maybe. And she thinks of like how haggard like Gildenfire was, and like how he couldn't fucking like motivate the Chosen. She thinks to herself,
You know, the Chosen hasn't said a word to anyone for as long as she's sort of been observing here. Not in the conversation. If anything, he gave like the slightest nod when someone asked him a question. Most of the time, his head is sort of slightly turned in something that, if you didn't know better, could be seen as like a condescending, you know, slight look up. You'd certainly see his chin more than is polite in conversation. But it does seem like he's most of the time listening to the wind and probably being as much a part of a conversation with the trees and the earth as he is with any actual people around. Regarding them as similar, you know, people.
You woke up one day and you became the chosen of a greater deity who is really aloof. Makes sense.
I already want to punch him.
This goes beyond elven snobbery. This is like if the greater deity, like the main force of nature, said, "You are my chosen." I mean, the hell?
Yeah, yes, but why? I like Zalaznar. Who is this guy dressed in silk and? Well, all right. Well, you know, it's a good thing Fix is not here.
He was up there before coming down here. Makes sense.
Yeah.
He walks close enough to Missouri to sort of have a polite talking conversation time. All the time she feels his eyes upon her. He clearly is not seeing as much as he is, again, listening to what his surroundings tell him. Maybe even like there's a sense of in a way, it's like he has been watching her on camera for a long time, as the wilderness, the trees and the birds and the rocks and earth and such, is very happy to tell him everything he wants to know about her without even asking. You know, as he walks closer, his steps are measured so that by the time he will get close enough, which takes like, you know, half a minute, he will be all caught up on who exactly Mr. may be and what the world knows.
You know, again, Sylvanas is chosen. Sure, consult nature, all of nature. Help me with my knowledge check. What you got on this dragon?
Yeah, tell me, what has all the green things in the world ever noticed? And so he comes close enough to talk and will give a respectful, slight bow to Missouri. Probably, maybe somewhat unexpected. Certainly, it's not his. You know, his station would be that she would bow to him, right? But it seems like he's not really too caring about that. As he's this close, like she hasn't seen a lot of elves, right? But I think there's some ancestral understanding too of like the aging of elves. This is not an old elf. This is a fairly young elf, which certainly would be where he's coming from a bit of a problem for certain older elves that might feel overlooked.
I get you.
Yeah.
Got many centuries of people who would see themselves as elders and superiors.
And certainly elves are also generally taught at a young age to listen and learn for the first couple hundred years, more than getting involved in anything, because they're never going to be as good as their elders at anything.
Yeah. Well, Sylvanas' chosen certainly seems good at listening.
Oh yes, that's important to convey. Yeah. Well, he will come close enough and say and give the respectful bow. It's good to meet you, Emissary. And sort of the druids and stop the conversation as they look your direction. You get the feeling that he hasn't said a lot of things. You have done a lot. I am proud to make your acquaintance.
It is good to meet you as well, chosen of Sylvanas.
Call me Martain.
Martain.
He is not embarrassed, but he understands that there was a faux pas in him not using Emissary Lucia's title, which would probably be Elder.
The Green Dragon, for her part, probably didn't actually know she chose his name, and so Martain works for her.
Yeah, I mean certainly, Gildenfire here didn't convey it. He just seemed exasperated and tired and somewhat stressed and harried. Yeah. This guy doesn't seem any of that at all. Certainly, he must have been very sheltered by the.
I know, compared to how wound up Gildenfire is, just
maybe one of the reasons is having traveled with this guy as his only company, who seems very unconcerned about a lot of things that
for decades
seem such a big deal for. And he'll look to me, sir. Why have you come here?
Gildenfire, the archdruid of Myliki, who has been your companion, desires to focus on other affairs, south in the Golfandor region. I offered that I would venture up here to look after you. He is stressed. She says, in a way, and I wish to see you for myself.
Martain nods. He is stressed as he should be. His beliefs are being challenged by the world. He wishes to defend them. Of course, ignoring the fact that he is part of what's being defended.
Yes.
And now that you see me, I hope I do not disappoint. My position is still new to me, and the words of Sylvanas are not so easily conveyed to others. I find myself often at having a difficult time to speak the Oak Father's words, or he does not give them in the same manner as other deities might. Certainly, the wind and the rustling of leaves is how his god speaks to him and gives him his purpose. Not entirely helpful. Then again, as long as I adhere to his primary concerns, orders are for me to follow. He expects us all to act with initiative where we see it needed. This is one of those places. This shadow, gestures outside the grove, is unnatural and have been hampering the growth of this region for long enough. I am here to see it ended, although Gildenfire wished me to continue on to the Golden.
Gildenfire has concerns down there in their region, for which he sought your aid. He looks around and says, I understand the desire to fight the unnatural shadow, and I am available. So I will remain here. with you. For the time.
I hope we get to know each other better than we already do.
There's like a hesitation. The green dragon feels that she's at a disadvantage, says she's a great talker. Doesn't really feel like this way normally. Yes, Martine. I wish for that as well.
Yeah. Clearly he's not the most charismatic or sociable person that
You don't have to be.
you might ever have met. You know. But that might also be why he was chosen to some degree.
Yeah.
His understanding of the ideology of Sylvanas, though, is very tight wound, and I think maybe we should do you have does anybody have questions for him or
Yeah.
because then we can sort of paraphrase to the point where that becomes a
Sure. I got questions. When did the Oak Father call him into service?
years ago, when he first heard the rumble of his rival, when Talos, Lord of Destruction and Storms, began shaking his way free from the Orc Lord he was tethered to. This was also when he allowed the gods whom he had shielded during the spell plague to roam free once more. He let them off the leash so that they could become what they were meant to be. He judged that the world was healed enough that the natural cycles could begin again, even if restarting them would lead to a time fraught with conflict. My task is to ensure that the balance is restored, as it has not been since the spell plague. For that, I will do what is necessary.
You then understand, Martine, that conflicts come not just in the form of unnaturalness, but also in those unleashed gods, such as Talos,
He nods.
who... Okay, good.
And,
Doesn't even need to finish.
And will I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, it's good. It's good.
They'll say it's natural for them to rebel. And Sylvanas always expected that they would. He's referring now to the deities of fury.
Mm-hmm.
After all, it is natural, and they should. He allowed them to wait until they were strong enough to break free. Only then did he know that they would be strong enough to survive. When the spell plague came, many of them would not have. They are not good at survival. And yet, the spell plague was an unnatural force, and to allow them to fall to it would have been allowing part of nature to disappear. They believe themselves to be enemies of Sylvanas, but they are not. After all, if there are no wolves, then the deer will soon fill the forest and eat all that is green, only to then starve and die themselves, leaving nothing. For there to be balance, there needs to be both predators and prey. Of course, some of them understand this. Millar does not hunt children, for he knows that he needs grown prey, and yet his bloodlust is hard for him to ignore. He will find prey even at a time when Perhaps he should relent and allow things to regrow. Myliki similarly, he says, as one of the druids nearby perks up to listen, has problems. She understands, of course, that there is a balance, but she skews too heavily in the other direction. She does not build cities, she does not chop down the forest, but nor will she oppose the forces that do, at least not with the ferocity necessary. She feels bad for the deer, and thus does not want to cull them when it is needed. Both of these forces are natural and necessary. Sylvanas only intervenes when one of them gains too much power over the other, to ensure that there is some balance. Balance can exist even when one is slightly stronger than the other. Such sways back and forth is a natural cycle. When unnatural forces interject, sway things one way or the other, or if one of the natural forces gets out of hand and begins to collapse the system, then I am to intervene with Sylvanas' power.
Do you see yourself as someone who embodies both those aspects, the protection and the ferocity?
For a moment he pauses, thinking. Once I was very different than I am now. Once I would have found all of this to be philosophical and very removed from my own existence. However, with the power that Sylvanas has granted me, has come an insight that this is perhaps the most worthy goal that I could ever do. Understanding the importance of this system, of this balance, of upholding it. It is a goal that is worth the sacrifice of every other moral principle. I was never a caring person. Certainly I would never have found myself, even before this power was given to me, as a supporter of my... Nor would I have spent much time considering my impact upon the natural world. I think I was chosen because I was callous and somewhat uncaring, therefore able to do what must be done without being tormented by it. A certain callousness is necessary, but not every creature can survive. The death of one is the survival of another. That is only natural. It is just unfortunate that those whose time has come usually do not go lightly. Of course, there is one who doesn't fit this. Talos has gathered the forces of fury. The Destroyer wishes to only destroy until there's nothing left. Auril, too, does not fit within this idea, wishing winter to never end, to destroy the seasons, and thereby all things that grow. Therefore I must oppose the forces of fury, not for the actions of some of the others.
Yes, I have been informed by Malar of the upcoming conflicts, though Talos' role in that was downplayed.
Artane nods. I imagined it would be. He has always been the leader of the forces of fury, for he is the one who spares no one, and ever pursues victory at any cost. His forces are now ravaging my homeland, even as I have traveled here, aid in a different conflict, where I am needed, perhaps, or perhaps to keep me safer, so that I may grow stronger before facing him himself. The Chosen of Talos is leading the Orc tribes and fighting many people in Lulwar, the Silver Marches. We are.
Does he show like any emotion at like the idea of like him maybe being like kept here part for his own protection, so that he isn't like put into conflict against the chosen of Talos?
There is a. Yeah, I think so. I could ask you an insight check, but I think the fact that you ask is enough. There is a. It's like a puzzlement. He doesn't quite understand the reasoning, and he is guessing at the motives of the people who have recommended that he move here. He is not opposed to the idea, because clearly there's things he can do anywhere, right? But there's a pensiveness, a slight hesitation that shows that he hasn't come to a satisfactory answer as to why exactly. Seems like whatever forces the Dark Fae sent against him weren't enough to convince him that he should. Yeah, I see. You are dedicated to Malar.
I am.
Understand the necessity for the cycle, and you find that you have a place within it. And yet I have sensed wisdom in you too. You have not acted as many Malarites would. Your behavior is at odds with Malar's behavior.
It is.
You seek to change the God of the Hunt, to transform his ideals? Or do you simply find him a refuge, a part of his portfolio that fits you in some ways that other parts do not?
It is the latter. I would not seek to change him. The Oak Father could not. I cannot fathom how I would. It is part of his portfolio. I have fought for my survival since I hatched, and a necessity of that was ferocity, a viciousness that compelled me to take action. And it was a Malarite druid who found me and saw that in me and aided me. I have not forgotten his wisdom, nor have I forgotten the value of striking.
The chosen nods, continue his questioning. If Malar should best Maeliki and the forces that oppose him, if his bloodlust should overcome him, and he should seek to strike down every creature that he could, as Talos would wish him to do, would you be with him then? To end all life, if it comes to that, to lead the final hunt against all prey that could be. Great challenge, a great revelry, sure.
I do not know, Martain. I have not yet come to a decision on that.
You know, I am no stranger. You're taking your time to think. Certainly something that you and I both have the privilege of having.
Perhaps it is I hope that in the time I spend pondering, circumstances will change, which will force my decision, or there may be an opportunity and my decision becomes irrelevant. Yes?
He nods. I have heard a lot about you. Both
She's
from,
unnerved.
both from the land, but also from the druids and the people I speak to. When questioned of guardians, asked Who else is there? Your name appeared. You are seen as a protector. When Sylvanas was weakened, the world protected itself, and it chose you. The things that you can do because it was vulnerable. When I heard of you, I considered why it was that I was chosen instead of you. Why did Sylvanas look to someone such as I, rather than someone such as yourself? And I think my conclusion is that I was a no one. I had no power nor any inclination to act. I had no interest and I had no experience. And so, as I accepted his touch and his power, I suppose he has changed me substantially. I have learned to fit the mold, so to speak. If he had given the same power to you, I wonder if you would have changed. Or if you would still simply be yourself, but now wielding a part of him. Perhaps in this way, he gets to have the both of us.
There is a real wrestle in the Green Dragon as she struggles to retain her composure at the genuine pondering of her possessing the power Sylvanas was chosen.
He seems to indeed have thought about this, and maybe even spoken to Gildenfire about it.
What is it Gildenfire told you when you brought this up with him?
He sort of looks at me. What would he read in her face? What's she feeling about?
It's a genuine like conflict. Like there is like a clear like becoming the chosen of Sylvanas very much sounds like the freedom that she would have wanted. And there is like a sort of like a defiant like it could have been me. It wasn't me because I've been sworn to hell, and so I was doomed from the start, and I had to fight for this. There's a I won't call it bitterness, but like a jealousy of like I had to fight for everything I have. I wasn't allowed to just grow old, and some fucking elf peasant just got to. Here you go. Here's everything.
Yeah. He certainly doesn't seem like he
Let the hate
this
flow.
And so for someone who's like carefree like her, there's just like a sense of like, yeah, why you? It's not something she gave much thought to, but since he brought it up, now it is here.
Imagine someone as qualified as you could have gotten this power instead me. Nobody. Just basically no one. Just some random person got it. Like,
would it have changed you? And she's like, I don't know, but I would have loved to have found out.
like, I can't imagine why I got the promotion instead of you, since you're so good. But I guess I just like, oh, great.
Martine answers the question. You know, I think me asking him that question was the most exhausting thing he experienced on our journey. He never quite gave me an answer.
The dragon snorts. This is the same level of discomfort that she felt talking with Cindermoon. How she never wanted to get into like sort of like a religious or like philosophizing like discussion with Cindermoon, because she saw Cindermoon as like way above her in that regard, and she feels that the chosen of Sylvanas, despite being a young elf, is also like there in that regard. Because what else is he going to do with his time other than think about this?
Oh yeah, had a long time to think about this.
Yeah, and it's not.
I feel like Emmy has a lot of time, and she particularly does not ponder like her own like place in philosophy.
freedom,
Yeah.
yes, but she
What
doesn't spend
is
a lot of
freedom
time
really?
philosophizing. Yeah. Maybe give it like 8 centuries, and then she might go to like that aspect.
I think it's just also again, it's just uncomfortable when you don't have that. It's like, oh great, what is freedom? It's like, well, I wouldn't fucking know. You can just choose to do whatever you. Oh wait, no.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The Green Dragon uncomfortably says, "Well, I could only guess as to the motivations of old Father Trey, but it does not change that you have what you are given, and I have." And she pauses, like, because it's what she's earned, what she's taken. I have this, and we are here now.
He looks at her, and perhaps another thing she might find slightly uncomfortable is that there is an admiration. This guy knows that he does not deserve what he have, and he now sees this dragon, and he feels like she does, right? And and he can't help but admire what she's been able to do. Being she's on this level, she's been given no God-given power, right?
Yeah.
And yet here they are, peers, and that is impressive. She's had to fight for everything, and
Yeah. That's uncomfortable, too. Like, she doesn't know, like, yes, you should admire me, but she doesn't know what to do with that when, like, an admirer is, like,
You should
the chosen of a god.
Yeah.
It's just like...
Stop looking at me.
Like, yeah, like, if, like, the chosen were not a chosen, like, some sort of, like, weaker entity, yes, fawn over me, but... Like, what's she gonna do? Like, eat them? Like, not like...
It's like a thing with this syndrome, like, you're very interesting, and you're like,
I don't know whether I want you to fight me. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's like, I would like you to go away and not be so interested in me. Thank you.
he will there's a pause here.
Yes.
That he doesn't say anything. I don't think Emissary does either. For a
No.
moment, right? He doesn't seem to find that awkward. It seems like in the conversations that he's used to, there's a lot of long pauses. Right?
Yeah.
But eventually he will speak. Eventually, being like, in a conversation, a pause of like 30 seconds is still somewhat substantial and suddenly noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
She'll say,
She doesn't rush him along.
I understand that in the future, you might be a part of the Lord of the Hunt. I do not see that as a bad thing. You would be a great boon to him. And I would have to likely find someone to match your capabilities to pit against you in the eternal struggle between hunter and prey. But you would push the balance in his direction. And so Sylvanas would stand opposite to balance it out. That struggle is eternal. If it should ever be won by one side or the other, all things that are green and good, worth having, would collapse. It is a struggle that does not stop, because the two will always wish to be the victor, because they could see a world in their mind without the other, though such a world it would be impossible to sustain.
The Green
I
Dragon
admire
says,
that drive, wish for eternal struggle. Though I must admit that I am already somewhat exhausted with the struggles I've had to deal with. Or the slight.
The Green Dragon says, I have already provided Sylvanas, you, I suppose, with a potential champion, provided that Nobanian is restored. And she thinks about it, and then she thinks, like she looks around, and she says it openly. Nobanian was cursed by Spellfire when he defended Nathlan from the ravages of the Spell Plague, and in his weakened state, Malar twisted him further. I defeated Nobanian, which removed Malar's corruption. The spell scars I could not remove. And paladins tend to him now, seeking Nobanian's chosen and a way to purge those spell scars. It was a potential idea that, had you reached the region, you may have been able to banish those scars from him. But there are many struggles in this world. Still, he is out there, and I have given his followers an opportunity to restore him. That may end up being what you pit against. She blinks and smiles, remembering that she's defeated Nobanian once. Me.
Yeah. He nods. That makes total sense. Yeah, having the two of them sort of fight for eternity. That seems, how it should be. Say then, perhaps you are already truly a servant of Sylvanas, or upholding this balance. Well, it would seem you are determined to take my position from me.
The dragon snorts and says, I see myself as a tester, one who prods others to see whether they are fit for survival. I did this with the remnants of Nathlan after I banished Shar from the region. I saw fit to do that with Nobanian and his remaining worshippers. Should they succeed, then congratulations. But I have not sought to aid them further, and I will not. If he is too weak to come back, and if others are too weak to fight and live, then it cannot be helped. I do not seek to devour everything, nor do I seek to shelter everything.
The chosen will simply nod. He's made up his mind. To his mind, it's quite clear that Emissary, I mean, she seems to embody the idea that there should be some sort of balance, right? Really, what Sylvanas most wants to do is not interfere as much as he can.
The Green Dragon would love that.
I was gonna say, I mean, me too. Let me just sit here my butt.
When things need to be done, then, something.
Yeah. Yep, if it's got to be done.
And I think he will even he goes a little closer to Emissary, making a point of it, as basically this conversation has been. There's been people listening, right? Because there's two great minds conversing.
What the fuck? The Chosen has not said this much.
Yeah, oh no. He could speak to everyone else. Oh god, maybe I was just not interesting. Also there was some surprise at the idea that of her explanation of the Banyan. That's not public knowledge.
Yeah, she hasn't revealed at all. She's kept that under wraps in part because of Norlaw Summerspall's request, and also,
as he will look close to. Allow me to. Many gods are not sure what is happening. But Sylvanas is a greater deity. And so he has insights that elude others. He is not concerned with this current struggle of gods. And I know that my position here, as his chosen, is temporary. I will not retain this for long. And one of my tasks in my current position is to ensure that there are those who can watch over balance when this power is withdrawn. He does not often create chosen. It is not his way. Instead, he grants a more permanent position of power to those he believes embodies his ideals. And then he, says something that perhaps emphasizes that he knows more than he's sort of is letting on, right?
Mm-hmm.
As he'll say, one way to avoid losing a soul is to never die. Truly, the Oak Father's holiest realm, his most beloved place in the cosmos, is this one, the material world.
The green dragon's body, especially with how close the Chozo's gotten, noticeably flinches, her teeth grit, and there's almost a momentary threat of violence from her. I will cut you down, and then she regains control of her composure.
As there was a slight feeling of that, right? She would have felt the wind around him. He does not do it. It seems like that sort of is the world is feeling protective.
Right.
Of this person.
She readies up, the world readies up against her, and then
yeah, the earth and the trees sort of stand and say, "All right, let's do this." And
all right, we're having this throwdown right now.
We've been waiting.
Lawrence Atlantis, here we go. Yeah.
There's a Manakai bird that's suddenly looking very intensely at you.
And then, no shit. Right? Then she lets it go. She doesn't say anything, but her head rotates and cranes to look at the Chosen, and her eyes betray that she is spooked.
Yeah, and at this moment he looks with eyes that are slightly different. When he speaks close to her here, perhaps the part of him that is still himself and the part of him that is basically is Sylvanas, right, put inside his body, is being muddied more than ever. As you can see, a slightly Sylvanas's eyes are famously pure white, and the elves' own sort of slight green amber eyes sort of almost lose that color and then become more shiny. The Chosen are, in some instances, direct voice lines or sort of from their deities, right? And though Sylvanas rarely intervenes in any aspect, he this can sort of be seen as the closest to that. The world has had great benefit from having you in it. And you can, my voice can't do it obviously, but you can imagine there's some sort of undertone of something ancient, right? In his voice. And was it up to the Oak Father, it would have you in it indefinitely. Consider it an option. You never have to leave this world.
The dragon's body language communicates that she has heard, but she doesn't say anything. She is spooked and very much trying to resist the urge to fight or flight. There we go, parasympathetic response or something.
Yeah, he will sort of take a slight step back and then look into the trees. almost as if something is like leaving his grasp in a way. Some understanding or great sense of wisdom that was just there is now out of reach. But he accepts it. It is perhaps not the first time he's had. Just glances back at Imisuri. And then says, I suppose we will, given my intentions, fight together against the coming forces. I understand our opposition shall be fierce. Completely changing the topic.
Yeah.
As the druids around here are somewhat, it's a good sign that Imisuri is here on the front line to sort of, well, okay, as far as the front line as she can get while still being in Cormia. But, she's a dragon, she can get to places. And certainly Cormia won't fall without Susail and Masemba falling.
Yes, surely. There's a hesitation, probably a half minute, the comfort in this, before, her body, and her mind, switches back and says, yes, we will be fighting together. And I welcome the ferocity. I have dispatched many shadows. And I welcome the chance to vanquish more.
He once again glances up at the moon and says, as if it makes sense to everyone listening, yes, it is time. Yes. As if there's some sign that everyone can see.
Yeah. She momentarily looks up at the moon, but she doesn't want to take her eyes off the Chosen. This is Cinder Moon territory now, where she doesn't want to look away from it at all.
Yeah.
Slowly backs away.
Yeah. Perhaps we'll zoom out of the conversation here. And,
yep.
And hop over to what Resicatrix has been taking a look at.
I'm sorry. I just have to say, that is the best thing. It's have you considered just not dying? It's yes. Yes, but that, eh? I would love that.
I have, Draco Liches have been something that's been positioned to me, but that's kind of an unnatural thing.
Yeah.
It does love necromancy.
Yeah,
That's sort of the Vesicatrix point of this. It's I just have to not die, and that'll be fine.
Sylvanus' way of keeping his people here is either to let them become part of nature. Basically, they,
Yeah,
become
have
a
you
tree.
Considered becoming a tree?
No
but,
shit, right?
But that's not
Right.
what's being
A
suggested
thorn
here.
bush.
Right. What Sylvanus does is actually kind of akin to what Yaffle is doing using you all, which would be a cycle of reincarnation, right? Should Imisuri die as a dedicated follower of Osiris, she could, she would be returned to the world. Her soul would not go to the afterlife. It would simply be brought back in a perhaps slightly different form, perhaps slightly, being something else might influence her, but always something that befits her abilities and her capabilities. And eventually you might begin to think of her more than a sort of a mortal being. You would think of her as some sort of primal spirit.
Just gonna say some kind of phenomenon.
Something that doesn't leave the world, but simply sort of sticks around. It's really how Lebanon got started. He is a primal spirit who has ascended to basically been deified for having followers and having done actions that have granted him a part of a divine domain. But he started out as a primal spirit, and so did Ubtao and a few others, other deities that just didn't leave the world. Their souls stuck around and became part of it and became inseparable from it. Which really cuts out the whole worries of afterlife, because there is none. There's just life over and over.
Yeah.
A different way of doing things. Because certainly his own domain is your soul becomes a petitioner, and then slowly you turn into an animal. You sort of live a carefree life as a rabbit forever. That's a different way different place to go.
shit. Yes. Cicatrix, Westgate, Winter, the W's. 6
the thing.
years before the deal with Cormyr ends.
In the ritual plane still, yeah?
Yeah,
Want to take a look
yeah.
at
I
that?
don't. I don't
Can we
think
discuss
there's a
how
lot
this
of
is going to
leaving.
work?
Sorry.
Can we discuss how this is all going to work? How this research is
Yes.
going to come about?
I imagine a wheel. Is it a pie?
No, actually, it's more like a tablet-shaped thing. It's sort of a tablet.
Oh, that was not what I.
Ari
Because-
was referring to like a progress clock, I think.
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
I know.
He knows.
But
Right,
this
why
is
the hell am I explaining
this
like
is-
you two to each other?
this is perhaps the most important
It's the worst humor of all.
research thing
Better
that you
shut the
could
fuck
do in
up.
this campaign, right? So, as it turns out, this has been in the works for a long time. Almost as if I
Yes.
expected that someday dragons might want to change and modify the ritual. The
Imagine.
rather complex ritual that is at works at the heart of this campaign. So now I can only hope. I've
Yes.
tried to make this as easily
simple as
understandable as possible.
Yeah, we'll see.
You
I'll
know.
tell you.
Yeah, good. Well, I'll tell you as you look upon it. So let me first preface this by saying what you see, what Vercicatrix sees looking upon on this tablet. This is the ritual focus, a thing within this demiplane which sustains the demiplane around itself. Basically, it has been put inside of its own existence. Probably at some point it was not within its own demiplane, a long, long time ago. Certainly it's been hard to find. This is a tablet which initially, it seems, had only a couple of functions. At the bottom of this magical edifice, you can see ancient runes. Locky, and certainly with some interpretable effects of it, seems to be Imaskari runes, which they themselves learned from the Mohorandi people, who is said to come from a distant place called Oeth in ancient times. So lots of archaeology.
I was gonna
What
say,
you're
so
looking
she
at.
goes full fucking yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there are
Beyond
yeah,
that,
there's a lot of
it's
maps.
quite clear that a lot has been added to this function. Presumably, this ritual existence here is much like a battery that you then, add uses for the power it provides too. Your ritual presumably being one of them. That said, it seems like quite a lot has been added. Let me just see if I can. Feel up here.
I mean, the Death King alluded to
There
as
you go.
much. Oh Lord.
That should
Okay.
be quite clear. Understandable.
Yeah,
What you're
I
looking at. All right. So what you see is various nodes of power, each with a sequence of sigils and rather complex magical sort of enchantments and weaving that's been going on there, almost as if several powerful wizards had to work together to accomplish these things. In the bottom, you see some green ones here. They are the most ancient ones, and presumably also the most powerful ones. They seem to be where this power is coming from. Added to them within several years, or certainly with a touch of particular skill, you can see the blue ones here. They appear to be what Yaffle has added on top of these original ones. In addition to that, though, you can see other ones have been added over time, and certainly some of them are still being worked on as potential things to be added. This is probably where the Death King has been messing around. It seems that some of them are even very recent, maybe even as recent as, last year, when this great confluence of planes happened. You can see that these are combined in some ways. The top ones should be considered the least empowered and then the further down in these trees you go, the more power each ritual has, as power flows from the bottom and
Right.
up, or on the ground where you are, and along to the various portals. Yeah. We're working with
He's
something.
been adding a lot.
He's had a long time. And yes, he definitely has.
Also, the one down in the corner is somehow. How's that before the? Is that just added down
You
there?
can see the connection. Basically, the breadth here is areas that you presume are possible to add things in.
Right.
And as there was an empty spot there, he probably found it convenient. The connections here
right.
do, in
and then
some
these
way,
two are like,
not done.
oh, there's room here, but he hasn't connected them
No,
yet.
they haven't. They're not. He's been working on something there, but it's clearly not done. It probably takes a while to do these things. All right. So, how might we begin to understand this ritual and actually modify it? Right. That's probably a question. Consider.
Yes.
At least I anticipated that you would be considering that. So this
Yes.
works a little bit like a research project, you might say. I have on this little thing down here in the actual dungeon made that an object that you can click on to get the short-term description of how this works. But let me give you a short tour, if you will, verbally, so you don't just have to sit here and read things in silence. To understand this ritual, you have to first understand that each of these nodes carry one specific ritual effect. It can be something like, grant Yaffle 3 extra action points every short rest.
What the
You know.
fuck?
That's something that could be on there. In which case, as long as that function is in existence, that will be true.
Yeah, alright.
Or it could be, when Yaffle dies, draw the souls of all these dragons connected to it and recharge her with their power. Probably also a pretty pertinent sample. Now, what is what? You don't really know, because the architects of this are in the hands of the Death King. He has control of them. And that's of course unfortunate, but you're a powerful epic level dragon, and you can begin figuring things out on your own. It takes time, probably not because you spend a lot of time in here, but because you basically take like a rubbing and write notes here, and then go out into the world and research things, right? Most of the time this will take, basically it will not take you away from doing other things with your life.
No,
as a dragon. It's just hard to find the books and the sources and dig through all the things that you need to actually find to go through these things.
As she looks at it, she already knows she's gonna have to spend a lot more time with Salazar than she's comfortable with.
If you only had some scroll like the Netherese just made the Serpent Valley, that would allow
that might have been what these 2 extra ones were for. But each year you can attempt up to 4 rolls. You don't have to do all of them, but there's no real downside to trying.
Yeah.
Them being Arcana, History, Nature, and Religion. Each
Boy, I'm going shopping soon.
Each has a DC 30, and if you beat the DC, you get 1 research. If you hit a 40 or above, you get 2 research, like a critical success, if you will. On a failure, you can pay 50,000 gold in Residium or ritual components to retry it. This can only be one check can only be re-rolled once per year. So you can't just keep paying, but you can certainly shell out and try again if you are really trying to make it happen, right? Of course, the re-roll would have all the same bonuses that you would have on the first roll. So say you had an item that allowed you a bonus on 1 roll or something. You then use that bonus and then re-roll with the same bonus still active.
Right.
Each success grants, as I said, a research, and they can be spent to learn about and modify the rules connected to this ritual focus.
All right.
1 research can be spent to translate one of the glyphs. As you can see here above each note, there's a series of glyphs. They have actual meanings, And knowing what those are will provide insight as to what the nodes they correspond to do, right? Because, of course, you might not have time to research everything, and you might be interested in certain things more than others. So knowing that a glyph might say Yaffle or something like that might
Yes, that probably.
show things that you're more interested in than others.
Hmm.
For true research, you can identify a whole ritual node for which you know at least one glyph. Now, when you identify it, I will tell you in short and in layman's terms, what does this node do? What's the actual mechanical effect of it, right? And then I will also tell you if there is a way you could see which would allow you to manipulate it. Could you mess with it in some way?
Right.
Could you turn something off, switch a name around here or there, change a glyph back and forth to basically get a different effect of this ritual? You know, maybe when Yaffle reappears and gets a bunch of allies, maybe they're actually enemies or something like that.
Yes.
You know,
Maybe she has -3 action points.
You know, imagine
Sleeps.
the possibility. For 2 more research, you can then modify the ritual if you want to. Depending on which one it is you're looking at, you can either do, well, some of them nothing, and some of them basically the whole thing. There is also the possibility, when you get a good understanding of all this, when you begin to have identified most of the glyphs and sort of begin to know your way around this system, that you could find a way to begin deleting these rituals outright rather than just changing them. This would always happen as the outer, meaning the top ones, and then downwards along these lines. So if you wanted to destroy this whole ritual plane, you'd probably have to delete, all of them. Not something to be concerned with yet, though. I will be bringing that up in the future when that becomes more relevant as a possibility. For now, there should be plenty of things to
for now, I'm
learn
gonna
about
roll
this.
some dice probably and allow my brain to slowly ooze out of my ears while I try to comprehend this very complicated thing.
Let's say that you get the checks this year, even though we're at the end of the year, right? Because that will also represent all the prep work you did, thinking about what could I find in here. That might have an effect.
Yes.
So do you want to do some checks, earn some research, and
why not try?
you know the DC, so it should be be straightforward.
Let me just
Just
save
jumping
my
into it.
notes here.
I took that bit about ritual focus and I put it as an image in our group
Yes,
chat area.
thank you. I'll need that.
Yeah, that way we don't have to have the server open all the time for that text.
All right, Arcana.
Do it.
Let's do it.
The knowledge of magic.
A very important thing to know about.
You would think that is relevant in this kind of situation, yeah?
Mhm.
You would. All right.
Deciphering the work the wizards did. You have first-hand experience. They did this to you.
Right? I feel it in my body.
If only you had known that would have been one of your requests for the Death King. Bring me the motherfucker.
No, he wouldn't have fucking given it. He knew this motherfucker. He already told me something.
Again, the bastard who put me in jail and maintained it. Give me him.
Again, the ritual here is color-coded, not because these are the actual 3 colors it is, just because that's a good way to convey it.
Yeah.
They represent basically the touches of various people's arcane machinations.
Yeah. A 32.
All right, you
Arcana.
have 1 research. Well, let's see if there's a. We'll put it just down here. Research. You have 1.
Which of these glyphs would you like to know more about? The upside down Ankh, the burb, the sun,
This is like,
the arm with the cat of 9 tails wink.
well,
Just point at
I
it.
think,
Or you can think about it a little bit. That's okay too.
yes, I think I will. I'll do my rolls while I have my sheet open before I do puzzles.
Mhm.
A fair thing. See, I already. Oh, this is what I was doing. Yes, history. Oh, oof. All right. Hey.
I mean, you knew about a topaz dragon.
So history is
That's
basically because
true.
this is all Imaskari stuff, which is a culture that's dead.
It is dead, but that
But
doesn't
you
matter.
you have done enough archaeology to recognize some of these symbols and begin to study
Like
what
all
they might
this
have
old
meant.
shit.
The ancient Imaskari, yeah, look at that.
I knew being an old lady would come to.
How about religion or nature? Do you feel up for that
Yeah.
too?
Well, I mean,
Might
might
as
as well
well.
try, right? Yeah.
Your
Nature's
19
not
hit points, yeah. Feeling so.
not so great. Roll 2d 1d. So that is where I'll use my encounter. Get +2. Oof, nope. No nature.
The forces of the natural world do you.
Maybe they're not so present in this demi-plane.
They
Of,
are very important for what this artifact does, though. It has to function within the parameters of the material plane, establishing
That's
things such
true.
as, the ability for you to breathe in here. The fact that there is a gravitational point.
I like that in Vasica's mind, that's not important at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes sense. She's like, meh.
This is a powerful artifact. The Master
Alright.
Arcana.
And then religion. Yeah, no.
The knowledge of souls eludes her as well, but you have 2 research. That means that
It's true.
you could spend that on things if you want, or you could simply keep it, having, preparing for some bigger revelation.
Hmm. Yes, I will. I think you look at this for basically, Grimace. I'm going to share my theory with you. I gotta start looking up a couple symbols, right?
In order for you to identify a ritual, you've got to know at least one glyph.
Yeah.
So, it
But I'm
makes
trying to
sense for
figure
you
out
to.
the ones that connect the oldest ones to the other ones. Like which symbols are present both places, if any. Which they're not here. So I suppose the batteries might be somewhat. There,
Hey,
these
cons-
two.
Considering the age of the essentially the green ones,
Yeah.
I would probably stay away from those. Given how integral they'd be, you might identify something and go, "Oh, great, that holds everything together."
Yeah,
wanna
I was
modify
thinking
that.
that too now. That's like, this is like, oh, hey, I'm a battery. I have a lot of power. That's great. That's not exactly.
Say, the brown ones that are the Death King oriented, maybe you stay away from those as well. Though it's impossible to say what modifications he's made. We know that Gregarin is drawing siphoning power from the ritual for his own purposes, and clearly intends to do more with that. But it's also worth considering
Honestly,
that.
the ones up here are almost all the same.
No
Like
distinction
these?
patterns there, and the arms.
Yeah, then this, and then
Yeah.
these two.
Yeah, when you think about this one right here has
Yeah, that
the 3
seems to
symbols,
be present
and
a
then
lot.
those 3 symbols, and then those 3
Yeah.
symbols.
Yeah.
So then,
And then
I saw
over in the Death Kings, there's a lot of this.
yeah, a
I
lot
wonder
of
if that's his
upside
symbol.
down
I wonder if
ox.
this is him.
So
Like,
the
hey,
upside
give
down
me shit.
ox.
Give me shit.
I thought that perhaps might relate to undead in some form or fashion,
Yeah.
because I see them in the blue ones as well, but also
They're
there's
like
the-
overly present up there.
So it makes sense that you would want to identify a symbol, because a glyph, because you need to know
Yes.
that in order to actually identify rituals. And so it makes sense then to pick a glyph that is used a lot. And I think
Could
that
be this one, yeah.
the upside down Ankh could work for you.
I mean, that's
My-
definitely death or life. Like one of that sort of.
The other suggestion I have is like this sort of like shark fin here, because
Yeah.
that's present on like the right side too in places. And like having your options open there gives you opportunity to then ping like whatever ritual that's attached to with like 2 researches.
I was gonna say, yeah, I could do both, I suppose.
You could, sure. Although I don't know whether you want to get to immediately modifying.
No,
Or, like,
oh,
identifying.
definitely.
Not modifying, but you need to identify like an entire ritual
Yeah,
with 2 researches.
yeah. Yeah. You know what? Let's go with the upside down Ankh.
All right. Yeah, I will deduct a research as we can spend time, learning what that is. Even though religion might be relevant for it. Let's see if I can just.
Wait.
I'll
I need
just-
to find my where is it? Oh, here it is. All right, I'm ready to take notes. Turns out I have a lot of things under Yavel's ritual. So okay. Yes. Teach me.
I'm just naming them here. Objects, which means that they have to have a note for you to be able to see what they are.
Oh, death! Yes! Hey!
This- it's-
Wow. We are so good, Rimith.
It's I played La Milana.
I don't know what that is, but that's good for you. If it benefits me, I'm okay with it. Yeah. It's so... For Yaffles, right? Before we go up to like all the Death King shit, that is probably to do with her rebirth and stuff, right? Like, or, hey, when I die, something with hell or whatever.
Well, sure, though, like, the Death King certainly does have that in 3 of the ones that he's added.
Yeah, he definitely has. He's made
One
some
that's
other.
over here, that's in, like, the oldest bit.
Yeah.
Do you want to edit? Like, that one, we puzzled that one out pretty well. That shark fin, not so sure of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, because that's over here. That's the only difference. He has routed death here. I wonder if this then is life
No.
or her symbol Yaffle.
Then there's like a left arm. Then there's like a couple places where there's like an arm going to the right instead. Then we have places where like there's an arm going to the left, but it's holding like an ice cream.
Deliciousness.
Yaffle loves ice cream. That's what it means. I think it might be Yaffle. Yeah, should we do shark fin? Shark fin is a lot.
Yeah, shark fin covers quite a bit.
Yes, I think it's Yaffle. Give me shark fin.
All right, I will deduct your other research point.
Yes.
Identify what that could mean.
Frantically clicking.
I gotta manually rename all of them.
Yes! Oh my god! We're on a roll! I'm a genius. We're geniuses.
That is an indication for the arcane signature, pointing to a specific individual.
Alright, the most hated symbol of all now. Hate sharks.
Humbly frown.
Yeah. And like in my notes, it literally is shark fin equals yeah.
And it makes sense because when you look at what the Death King has added, you don't see
Right.
her arcane signature.
Yeah. And I was like to say, I was looking down here and I was like, this is exactly the same, except it's not shark fin, it's death. Otherwise, these two are identical. So, like, something that gives her power now gives him power, also.
All right. That's your current
Great.
research. How does Psychotics, like, a lot of this is like you've seen the signature somewhere, and like these roles are not as much research as it's like lining up what you already have found out, with what's
Right.
here. How would Vesicatrix sort of how does she behave when scavenging or like moving across this tablet, looking at it and finding all
I
this
think
information?
it's like sort of like a cat waiting, like when you're like waving that feather around and it's like following it with the eyes, and then it comes closer, and then it waits. Like she keeps coming back to it, right? She's like, all right, no, I need, there's like, I imagine it's a process of like, butting heads with it a bit, like trying to figure like some logic, and then no, that isn't it, and then leaving in a rage, and then what else is she going to do? Like, this is it, right? She's here. This is it. Like, this could mean so much if she can do it right. And identifying, sort of like we were doing, right? She would basically have the same thoughts of like, okay, these two signals would probably be, those two. And of course there's a lot of evilly staring at Yafu's signature, She didn't know that one. Seems very simple in comparison to how much hatred it holds. But but then there's that, she's sort of together with Vindictive, be like, you know what, the Death King, yes, he is a motherfucker, but I have problems enough. But seeing this, I think she becomes quite angry. Because, yes, he said that he had tampered with some surface stuff, but he has clearly tampered with a lot of stuff. And he has not stopped. So, in her mind, it was like, yeah, okay, he's leeching a bit of power, that's fine. But clearly he still is using this. And that doesn't feel great. So I think there's like a triumph, right? Of like, haha, I figured out what some of those symbols meant. And then like rage when she starts putting together like, the actual meaning of not just the words, but what that then would mean, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, you have certainly obtained a research point. That's good. All right. Yeah. And with that, is there anything else you'd like to accomplish at the end here of the year?
Well, that, no, I don't think for the end of this year.
All right. Wait for her to come back.
Yeah.
So we can move on with the turning of the seasons.
Well, I'll quickly go get a drink then.
All right. And I suppose I'll just be here.
Entertain.
Yes. Giving sweeping views of the world around here. I'm sure everyone's plenty familiar. Happening. Nearing the end of the century. Step by step. Dead air. Always good. Yeah. We have news this year. We have news. I don't know how visible all this was on the stream and VOD. I've tried to get sort of the things here in now again. So if you're just listening and want to know what all this is, then at least now you can have a look. Bit of text for how this is all done.
I have returned.
Okay. Clickable. First time in the corner. What they mean. These of course mean the same thing in every instance. The show. Yeah. Is it understandable?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. It's very exciting, actually.
I hope so.
Well, okay, you feel a little bit better when the two things that we sort of guessed were correct. You know, it's like maybe we can make sense of this one day. You
The
know?
most important thing to me, yes, you know, is that everything in the world has a logic to it.
Yes, I know this about you. It is true.
So you can correctly expect that each of these have a meaning, that they're supposed to give a coherent sense when, you know,
Right.
placed
Yeah.
where they are.
Well, it's like a bunch of pictograms, basically, right? Which, when you put them together, is like a sentence, sort of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because of course the challenge is how do you convey a very complex, multifaceted ritual. Oh. All right. Well, back. I'll ask. Is there anything you want to do here at the end of the year before we cross over that winter?
No.
No. Good. Then let's do it. You can restore your factions. Spend anything? I don't think anyone. There's a little bit of policing, I guess, in there.
Yes.
That said, there's not really any eyes on you all. You know,
For once.
as it turns out, there's things happening everywhere else.
I did the Fey raids last year. That's where my other -1 was coming from.
And of course, there's still my leaky to infiltrators.
I guess I'll keep those there. All right, I'm here. You can go now.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep.
I got it. This right next to the fucking.
The druids of my league go, okay, bye.
It's like, yes, Chosen. Let's go alone to talk with Cinder.
No, yes. You know, I do appreciate how you admire me. That maybe you are unworthy. Are you tired? Do you wish to be a treant?
You said it yourself. Your time is short.
Yeah. So, what begins happening this year? You know, as always, you know, time goes forwards, and the world certainly does not stand. This year is a quite terrible one for most people around the world. First and foremost, in this region, the first thing that happens is that Erebor over here, the Unicorn City, the independent great city-state of trade, bringing things to the Sword Coast, is almost entirely leveled by a colossal earthquake, as bits of it begin falling down into caves that are underground, probably spanning this sort of whole region. A terrible blow, and certainly something that wipes out pretty much all of the Lord's Alliance's control in this region, and renders them pretty helpless. Similar earthquakes happen really all over Faerun as the ground shakes and quakes, and even a few places volcanoes begin sprouting up as chaotic forces are almost as if someone is gripping the elemental chaos and squeezing it into pieces. Pieces of it spilling out everywhere. In that venue, all this seismic activity also seems to begin to change the waters. A couple of elves who might once have lived by a harbor town have definitely moved inland, hearing about it, only not themselves. They know what happens when the seas begin to change. That means flooding in some places and absolute starvation and devastation from lack of water in other places. This is over the year about a 2-meter shift in some places, which is pretty significant enough to break, make new islands appear or to flood existing ones.
Fantasy Holland is fucked.
It goes even over the year in some regions, particularly in the Dragon Coast here. It goes a little back and forth, first receding and then increasing to more than it was before. Even flooding Cormier's road here to Proskür. And the people who thought they had nice beachfront property in Westgate, well, they are in for a surprise as their houses are now underwater. Yeah.
Misigotix rocks. She likes water.
Some person who has maintained their ship in the old Westgate harbor, 100 years ago, finally can clap his hands because now it is in water again.
I was wondering how I was going to get this out in sea again.
This vast level in the sea rise is different than from what the Far Realm brought about with its focus on the obelisk, and it definitely vastly overpowers any sort of drainage into the Underdark.
Yes, this is massive and rapid. If anything, it might be because, for example, this whole area here, earth motes have been continuously dropping into this sea, beginning to fill it up. And word is from all the way south in the Underchasm, a vastly larger big rift in the ground. That similar things are happening there, and the earth motes there are also beginning to tumble, and earthquakes are knocking even mountains into it, crushing drow cities and blocking underground river systems, while volcanoes are diverting water flows, no longer allowing them to go underground. No place is safe, basically, and the world doesn't seem to have found a way it wants to be yet. These changes are just pretty constant and pretty hazardous, to the point where if you're trying to make a map right now, you'd just give up, because the sea lines are not persistent. Right? One day you go out and there's an island, the next day it's gone. And
Volo! Volo, get out here!
Yeah, he's on vacation.
I think recently Volo has released a book about the underworld in Waterdeep with scathing personal profiles of a lot of people.
Oh, so he is
he is currently booking shipping to Chult. That seems like a great place.
I was gonna say he's gonna eat some papaya and ride some dinosaurs and be far away from all the nobles who hate him.
Sell some books about that.
To people where it's fantasy and not real.
Yeah, in they have been their nice plague that they've been suffering has gotten maybe 3 times worse. Makes you sort of turn into just pus vomit and other bodily fluids that keep leaking out of you, and that happening in a sort of a large amount. Seems to have drawn in something that. Probably one of the things you really don't want in a position where that's happening to you, which is a swarm of hungry locusts looking to feed, as apparently the grain stores of Tethia to the south have not been enough to satiate them, meaning that a massive swarm of locusts have descended upon and are devouring people, crops, animals. Some even say that wooden houses are not safe from this constant devouring locusts. All the while, a lot of people are suffering from terrible body-melting plague. A real bad time. Certainly also something that takes them completely out of the political capability. They could not answer to an attack at all whatsoever. Really seems like they got the, when you get attacked by the force of fury, you gotta wish you're not the person who get the plague and poison and sort of horror.
I was gonna say, I'll take some storm.
So that's going on. Not a great time for them. Really. Yeah. Not a great time if you live anywhere that has earth modes either, because the earthquakes continuously will be happening. In addition to the constant messages of, oh yeah, there was like a person chosen by some forgotten deity who now went up and killed everybody. It was real weird. And then he disappeared, and now another guy showed up, and chaos reigns. And really, it's somewhat pandemonium as people lose their homes, but I'm not really sure of where to be a refugee to, because no place seems safe. The Sword Coast is being ravaged by Umberlee and Aboleths. To the south, you have horrible plague and locusts and terrible things. Cormyr, of course, is gearing up to fight the Netherese. The Far East, Thay, is beginning to refocus on political domination and slaving. While to the south of there, Tymanthur and Chisenta are drawing more and more countries into their devastating anti-dragon wars. There really is not a place that's good. I mean, up in the Silver Marches, the High Forest, there's destruction and invasions of orcs and
you'd have to leave Faerun.
Yeah, not a lot of great places to be. I mean, Volo's going to Chult seems like the best place, even though some word are that there's apparently some undead creatures beginning to appear in the jungles, so that's also lovely. I guess that's the lesser evil somehow. Yeah, that's the sort of general news. Beyond that, the first actual blows between Cormyrian expeditionary forces and the Netherese begin to happen. As Netheril attacks begin to strike first at some of the dales, particularly Featherdale and Mistdale, and then proceed on to the Elven Court at Mythdraenor, attacking with a devastating force, simply moving a big flying mountain over the city and beginning to bombard it with powerful sort of a ninth level magic spells from up there. Not a lot the elves can really do about that, putting the city under siege, as it's only protected by its highly powerful mages that it has itself. Cormyrian forces do try to send people up there to support it. If the front in the Cormyr forest should fall, Netheril can divert a lot of forces south towards Cormyr. At the same time, though, the Netherese invade Lurewar. As it turns out, the orcs of Many Arrows have been savaging Mithril Hall and Silvery Moon and these cities of the Silver Marches over there. And so now seems to be a great time to invade and destroy everything over there as well. This means that the Cormyrian front is slightly weaker than perhaps expected, and in an effort to assist in Mythdraenor, in the Dale lands, and against with Lurewar, and not wanting to be the person who sits out while everyone else gets attacked, Cormyr marches forces into what is technically Cormyrian lands in the Tilbaton Scar, and engage with Netherese border force. The war has turned hot. And all over Cormyr, there are calls to arms as the various watch positions finally ring, and as the people have a waking up that today's the day where they will have to live in the reality that the war has come. In Sembia, of course, similar efforts are made as they are being drawn into this conflict through their vassalage to Netheril. That's sort of the global news currently. I might say not fantastic. The world.
I have to
Wow.
fight my initial hero instinct of going to fix all these problems. I'm like, no, I'm an evil dragon. Stop it.
To live in interesting times, right? You
Yeah.
wouldn't want to live in dull times.
Yeah.
No, imagine just being able to lie down for a century.
Earthquakes
We could do
hitting
that.
Islands appear. Yeah. Yeah.
The
So,
singers is good.
what are your characters sort of doing here at the early part? Because of course, some of these things, like the earthquake in Eriabor, is devastating and terrible. But other places, they will be more felt throughout the year, right? So, and I don't think the dragons necessarily care a lot about how all these things affect people that are not them. And a lot of these things don't really affect the dragons too much. Of course, there's some unrest in Westgate as people are depossessed, but there always is.
The water levels rising around Westgate may end up being the most direct impact,
Yeah.
and then it's sort of
Yeah.
the territory thing is like the water levels might rise 2 meters, or so around like the Golthandor region, but then like they meet like the very high
Yeah.
ranges that
Lifestyle.
are continually like rising.
Mm-hmm.
Change
Yeah.
has already happened there, but for Westgate,
I was gonna say we gotta start making like floating floating bridges. This is ridiculous.
The
Like,
city of Westgate is a very long city, as it basically followed the receding water line 100 years ago,
Yeah.
which means that the old harbor is now the center of town. But now it sort of is pushed the other way, as people have to erect shelters outside the city wall on the sort of the western side of the city, pushed away from the harbor as the water has covered their shackle homes.
All right.
Yeah, it's unrest, right? But again, if it was a civilized, certainly in Cesir, it's a much bigger deal than in Westgate, because in Westgate nobody cares about the people who are troubled by it.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's probably the
That
thing
sucks
where
for you,
like the
Silva.
mark goes recruiting, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Do you
we
have
have
nothing?
nice shelters. Yeah, exactly. You
You need fish.
you
Opportunity.
want
for
opportunity, but exactly.
Now there's nice houses for all the fish people the Cicatrix is friends with.
It's
And you're into
Sharkanards
that,
and my black dragons
Yeah.
need some layers,
Sharks are very happy to go hunting in these swallowed places. As people now, a new industry has been born. Now you can dive to take other people's stuff that they abandoned when the water came.
Yeah, it's great.
Enterprising. As for like me, the start of the year, it's Nimi's Aegis here remains like within Marsimber as she's lurking around the Chosen of Sylvanas. I don't think we're going to be here long enough though for the rising sea levels to be notable here before we go somewhere else.
Marsemper and Susail have always had a very deep harbor.
Mhm.
So when the water receded, it didn't recede far enough to actually destroy their harbor, which is one of the reasons they have survived the Spellplague so well. It's still, I mean, it's obviously a problem, right? You have to adjust the height of the mooring and such, but overall, compared to most cities, it was a relatively minor adjustment. And now it's giving problems, but really the greater concern is, wait, we're at war with the Netherese? A flying city is coming to bombard our town into dust? That sounds not great. What can I do about that?
Yeah, I would like to know more. Yes.
join
Bit of order,
join the volunteer fire brigade. Okay.
Yeah. I think
You know.
in these early years, time is spent partly with Martaine, and then partly just exploring Marsember, and then so she's able to behold the shifting attitudes of the populace. As for the first time in a long while, Cormyr goes directly to blows with the Netheril Empire.
Oh yeah. The king and his children are all standing together in their royal armor, surrounded by the thousands of purple dragon knights and war wizards. Right? They have been. There is no one in this kingdom that has not been drilled in some form to go fight this war. Certainly, the royal family has been very focused on this being a thing that was going to happen.
Has there been anyone in her time, because she still hasn't shifted to like a giant bird or like a human or some kind, who's looked at the dragon, like maybe like a war wizard who who the fuck are you? I will put you down. Anyone who's looked challengingly at the green dragon?
Let's see. Of people who are sort of so here's my thoughts, right?
Mm-hmm.
People who are powerful enough that they might go, hey, I'm going to mess with this green dragon, are also the people who tend to be knowledgeable enough to recognize who Emissary is, if nothing else by reputation.
Yeah.
That she's an elder of the Emerald Enclave, she, again, an epic level character in this region, so they generally have an idea. Even commoners would not be able to know her name necessarily, but yes, that's the green dragon from the Golden. She was not mistaken for a normal green dragon.
Good.
He stands out, and the people who might be oh no, a green dragon, close up shop, are not people that would ever dare to do anything to stand in
right.
that way. And
Good.
Certainly the fact that others don't, might make some people who think, what is going on? Well, my superior doesn't seem to be bothered, so
All right.
that seems to be not my problem.
I was curious about that, given Cormyr's attitude over the years and years towards dragons of varying types. She is chromatic.
Yeah, they have. If she was a black dragon, it seems like that might be a bit of a different.
Wow.
Certainly, those are still, where it is that they, that the. I mean, basically, the Cicatrix, the dragon of Westgate, has quelled much of the many of the unruly dragons, and therefore earned a peace.
All right.
Trouble.
Okay. You're lucky
But
I hate Char.
There are still black dragons out in the Stormhorns, and there still is word that there is a Lysithman horde out here and such. It's just not the biggest concern right now. It was sort of, they don't dare to raid a city like this. They go for small border towns.
Of course. The city's too powerful.
A lot of them have also been apparently scared and left the country, flying out to past Darkhold or north, past the Fast Swamp, to a place called the Well of Dragons. They don't really know what they're doing there or why they would be going that direction, but
of course.
There's some gathering out there.
I got you.
Right.
No, that's what the Green Dragon's up to. She's not going to go out on any adventures of her own. She's begging around the Chosen.
Is there anything she'd like to learn about the Chosen while she's here, just metagame questions or anything like that you might be interested to know?
I don't think so. I'm not it's okay if the Chosen has an aura of mystique. She's not going to pepper other people with questions about how Martaine does it, because what the hell are they going to know, right?
Yeah.
Just Chosen isn't going to talk to them.
He really doesn't talk a lot. He mostly spends his time listening to the wind and the birds.
Gildan Fire was the best source of information for her about that, because Gildan Fire is a peer in that regard, in power and meaning. And while she's open to having conversations with Sylvanas' Chosen, she's patient. He's patient. She's still spooked over the conversation, their first conversation. He is a Chosen. He has divine power running through him.
Yeah.
And so, we can take our time together. He's into it. So no question.
All right. Yeah. And then then I think the most important thing to do is to figure out how this. See, normally with this conflict and preparation, the little conflicts going up to it, I began rolling a lot of these faction things that wouldn't be interesting to us off camera just during my prep time, and just giving you the news about them instead. Say Nathlik and the Red Banner host, for example. But I think I have not done that with the current Cormyrean and Netherese conflict, because I thought it would be a conflict where you might actually want to intervene.
Yeah.
So let's see how these initial battles go. The current effort is to win the benefit. I mean, there isn't a full Netherese sort of invasion of Cormyr at the moment. They're focused on Mithranor and over on Silvery Moon. Really, they're going for the elves a whole lot. Almost as if they just interpreted some ancient elven magic and now wish to have more in some way. Who would know? So,
Oh, I suppose I should share that. Who would know?
fine.
Oh.
But you know, my the reason I say this is just because it's going to be me rolling against myself a little bit here.
It's fine. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, there's no real going away from that. So, Cormyr will strike out with their grand army against Netheril here. Netheril will be defending since they're just trying to hold the line to Cormyr, basically, until they can refocus on that. And Sembia is mustering their forces, but not yet invading Cormyr. Really, Netheril would just like Cormyr to sit still for a little bit longer while they deal with the other threats. Cormyr has war wizards, somewhat relevant, and they also have a grand army. They won't be attacking to exhaustion here. That would be too risky. But let's see how it goes. Start by doing Cormyr's roll. 10 dice. A lot of nines. That's
Oh Lord.
5 nines. It's probably hard to resist. Not to resist there. They would
I counterattack.
since they would need five more of something. Then again, if they can just defend without counterattacking, then it is height that matters. Yeah. Netheril has a vast empire. When increasing their land and treasury, they get a bucket load of bonus dice using land, drawing up forces. They can continue for a long time. Beyond that, against Cormyr specifically, they have the support of black dragons in the region. Many of those have defected to Shar.
What?
Meaning
Is that where they all went to?
some of them.
Wow.
Maybe even before all this trouble.
Yeah, probably.
He does have a the whole cover the world in eternal night. It really does speak to them.
You know, it used to. It's true. Then that guy was rude to me.
Yeah. So let's see. They're currently distracted, so their other assets are not available. No, that is
No.
a pretty good roll, all things together, but certainly doesn't beat.
The fuck with all these 5 doubles?
Yeah, it's certainly a thing. As Cormyr will strike them right in the territory, pushing border north. Given that they did there, we'll keep going. Let's see how far they can get them. Double 10, triple 9, double 8, double 4. Also a pretty good roll, I dare say. Netheril will fail once more to defend their territory. Losing both the fights and taking the damage from being struck.
This is
So
so weird. I used to be on the other side of this struggle, and now I'm sitting here like, come here, come here, come here, do it!
That is odd for you, Ari. You've had a very complete 180 on Cormyr.
Well, you know.
As the Cormyrean forces push up to the Tilberton Scar, the official border, a city that was completely destroyed by Netheril, and will begin to push towards the Dales. Let's see if they can make it to get into the Dale lands. They are Still on 10 dice. This is where they're strongest. Alright, a less amazing roll, but almost the same. Look at that. Well, just better than the Netherese roll. That's all it takes, right?
That's right. That extra 7. And
That's
2
roll
instead of
well.
1s.
Well, once
That's
more.
right.
Again, Cormier's losing forces doing it, but right now they're winning pretty damn well as they push north along the mountains towards Shadowdale. The last roll here would be necessary is can they, the goal here is to relieve the siege of Myth Draenor. So let's see if they can accomplish that.
Come on.
Oh, good. Have their war wizards keeping their dice numbers up.
Fireball.
Right.
Well, they're all sword mages, they're all defenders, so.
Time stop.
One by one.
Ooh, that is higher.
Double 8s. Quadruple 6s. So, with the double 8, they can leave 1 6. With the 7, they get to leave another 6.
But then there's still the 5s and the 2s.
There's still 2 6s, 2 5s, and 2 2s that they can't do anything about. So, once more, the
Yeah!
Netherese forces station on the Cormier has failed, and Cormier pushes further. The my leaky druids doing good service here. Going with them. It's not yet time to really deploy the Chosen, but certainly probably adventurers certainly have gone up here and relieve Myth Draenor. Which means Myth Draenor will not be falling, which has a rather massive consequence of this conflict. Again, currently it's not a conflict to the death, right? We're not at that stage of the war. What is on the table and what is going to happen now is that as Myth Draenor is relieved, the fighting expands. None of you are there, so like you need to roll anything. Adventurers and Chosen and the Elven Wizards manage to break the flying city above, and as it rains down, they shatter something else that's been placed in this forest nearby, leeching off the power of the Elven magics. They remove something that has been here a very long time. As for the first time in a long time, over Cormier will be a beautiful, beautiful sunny day.
Wait, even in Sembia?
Mm-hmm. The big shadow spell, the shrine that they established up there, which, they tried to establish a similar one on Athletic that got shut down immediately. This one has existed for a long time and slowly been spreading shadow out across the land. Has been destroyed. Which is a massive increase in morale. The Cormirian forces. I mean, that's something the people can understand.
Yeah.
Seeing
that's
change. It could have gone the other way. It could have become impossible. But
my eyes are just staring at the map like, what? Wait. Like looking at a lamp when you've been in the darkness? Wow.
Mm-hmm. And this
it's been a while.
Is a ripple effect out across the land. As people in Sembia who look up at the sky and see, well, I have never seen the sun. Of course, on the big map here, you can see the darkness here. That's simply showing the power of Netheril, right? While the spell that was affecting Cormier and Sembia is broken. A rather massive event. Cormirian forces link up with the forces of Myth Draenor, who also throw off any control that these enemy forces had in their region, and begin to spread this battle for the Dale lands. Devastating blow. With this news, the forces of Sembia begin to muster and prepare to march into Cormyr. Cormyr retracts its striking forces. You know, it didn't lose much here, and it won a whole lot. This will be a permanent decrease to Netherese power. But
how will your shadowy creatures fight in the sun now?
oh yeah, they hate it. The Black Dragons too. In the
I was
north,
gonna say.
news are that basically this Luro are being flanked by orcs on one side and Netherese on the other side was doing really well. You know, if not for a certain drow and his panther companion and his dwarven friend, things would have gone terrible. But but this pulls pressure off, right? Because what this means is that Netheril looks down. They were hoping they could deal with Cormyr later, but clearly that is not the case. Myth Draenor has been saved. The sunlight has been brought back to Cormyr. But so has the attention of the entire Netherese Empire. They cannot allow this to stand, for if it stands, if Cormyr survives the onslaught that is to come, then there will be no telling what happens to their empire. The people they have suppressed follow them because of fear. And this kind of defeat just is unfathomable to many of the people who've lived under it for their entire lives. Beyond that, I mean, it's Shar. She loves darkness, and now it's gone. In the world, it's been there for so long. Yeah, of course, this is an extended thing, right? Could have done it slower, but I think, yeah, one roll engine. Try to make these rolls count, one way or the other.
Yeah. Hey, good going, Cormyr.
Oh.
Good, you know.
During this time, or maybe even when the sun begins to come back, Montaigne will approach Emissary. They've been around. I don't think they've had a lot of conversations.
No.
None of them really see the other person. So they've been in each other's presence plenty. Yeah. There hasn't been anyone coming to sort of assassinate the Chosen. It seems like the Netherese probably would like to, but they've, again, this hasn't really been a priority.
Distractions.
To go after. Yeah, it's like Sylvanas is not like Shar doesn't have a lot of feelings about that deity. Like, okay, likes trees. Who cares? Yeah, but he will approach Emissary later this year, and he seems a bit more resolute than last time. He's been again listening a lot, probably getting a lot of news from, the sky or something.
Yeah.
How has Emissary taken the basically? I mean, it's not like she gets news from the front line, right? But suddenly there's like in the distance, like a massive, like a shockwave that happens hundreds of miles away, but big enough that you can sort of almost like you can hear it, right? If nothing else, sense it, as like glass on a table would vibrate for a moment, and then the darkness, like with a just over an hour or two, dissipates, allowing through bright sunlight.
It's remarkable how fragile that thing is when you think about it. Like, just as soon as you break it, poof, there goes the shadow.
Yeah.
I think the Netheril Empire would focus on, well, at least make it, like, fade away slowly. For as long as we had it up, really. As if the natural world fights against it. I mean, she's been living with the sun and enjoying it. She hasn't, like, lived here in the shadow, so like these people have, so it's like, oh, hey, I haven't seen that, like, in a couple months. It's been nice.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that back, and it's a sense of, like, good. There is progress being made facing the unnatural elements of this world. Maybe I won't have to do that much.
And then comes Montaigne to spoil that mood.
Martine seeing her out, she thinks to herself, oh, he's finally made up his mind about something. He looks resolute as you described, so, okay. Let's come to a decision. I know that face. I see that on the tree.
Yeah. Walks again close enough, not as close as he was before, but just like a conversational distance before speaking.
Okay. I gotcha.
You've been here for a while now. Protect me, ostensibly, but I will soon be putting myself in more dangerous positions than simply staying here. Word is that the Netherese have shifted. Again, this happens probably like the day after the light has come back.
Mm-hmm.
No one else has heard anything. The winds are being manipulated. Great flying cities are coming down here. Several of them. With them are black dragons, shades, mages, innumerable mages. The weight of this empire coming here. Their eyes are on this city, and its sister city across the bay. The capitals of Cormyrian influence. I intend to stop them. Or rather, I intend to try. But as you said, you do not wish to fight to defend civilization. He says, no, knowing that maybe that is not why you're fighting here or what you intend to do. Maybe it feels a little bit like a bait, you know.
Okay. She says, I have defended this world from unnatural elements, magics, the Fae, of Shar, and from the Far Realm. This is an extension of that. Shar threatens all of Toril.
He seeks to yet conquer the weave of magic, claim for himself a new domain. He still frowns. Clearly he doesn't know a lot about that conflict.
No, neither does the Green Dragon.
Understanding isn't
Call the
great, I guess.
cicatrix.
And her hour grows near. She will soon be out of time.
I am here to safeguard you, not to coddle you or restrain you. For you to grow stronger and perhaps vicious enough to survive others who may come for you, you must test yourself in battle. I will be here alongside.
Then we will move north with the others that are here. Leaving this grove, it will not be found in our absence. There's woods to the north, and there we have more strength than we have here. They will come for the cities. They will not come for us. Let us use their ignorance against them.
So be it.
That is how it will be. Though, it's a weird sense, because he doesn't actually have to leave the grove as much as the grove sort of is closer to the forest now, allowing a convenient walk to get in there.
Just like a stroll, out in the
It's
sun.
like I thought the hill was much closer to the city. It's somehow across the river now, huh? I can just sort of see it in the distance. Well,
It's a disorienting experience for the Green
Yeah.
Dragon, but
oh,
she writes it off.
I got a different place.
Yeah, she writes it off under chosen of a greater deity. Just trying to move on.
Ancient Druidic circle, and
Yeah,
maybe there's
teleportation.
places that work like this in the Golfmere. The problem is it's all forest, so
Yeah,
Golfmere has about a
A lot of
Golfmere's
Okay,
territory just in
his
all
place-
trees.
His
a lot of
place is like a grove. Emissary has a nice immaculate temple, you know.
A
Like,
lot of that stuff got broken by the spell plague, and then elements of it were found and then reconstituted. Okay, yeah.
As the druids here have had time, access. Yeah, going into the forest. It seems his plan is to defend this road, basically. If the enemy comes for the capital of Comir, then it makes sense to meet them on that way and fight defensive fight, right? Attacking is generally harder, especially against something so sprawling as the Netheril Empire.
Yet he made mention of flying cities. How are these druids going to, like, if one of them actually does cruise down here,
yes,
or multiple?
The druids don't really know. There's some notion of, like, we could, like, fly up there and, throw people down or something. They have not tried to fight a flying city before. Certainly the idea of attacking Masember seems difficult. If Masember was flying and all the guards were wizards, that doesn't make it seem easier. The Chosen seems, as ever, unconcerned. And when it is brought up, we'll simply mention that the natural forces will erode every rock and turn, every bit of construction to dust. And the dust, though it flies, cannot hold a man aloft.
Comforting.
I was gonna say, oh, there it is. There is the silver. Oh, there, I see it. There's the Oak Father. Yes. Just think about it.
Though, he says it with an absolute strong faith that it is true. However,
yes.
It also seems puzzling to him that he feels so strongly about it. Right? It's not his confidence; it is the Oak Father's confidence within him.
Right.
His
the
own
unnatural
mind says,
flying cities.
Yeah, his own mind says. I mean, there's several of those. Well, yeah, maybe we could try to deal with one, but there's also the thought, of course, that they are not the only people here. There are many chosen, many adventurers, many knights and paladins and people with various things. None of them. There's no one who's specialized in fighting flying cities, because how do you even get?
I didn't have that
in
epic destiny.
Yeah, Emissary has some idea of what will happen if one drops. I mean,
as a matter of fact,
something else. Except the flying cities are somewhat bigger than the earth motes she threw around, because they're a whole city. And really, the top of the mountain cut off. So
so they will crumble, and she hears that, and she looks up at the sky and looks at the forest around her. Looks at the sky again, nods, decides that she will be airborne.
Yeah.
Might even have to. She figures maybe she'll have to pluck the Chosen, but no, Sylvanas is chosen. Nature is gonna find a way to shield him, even if a city crumbles on top of him. It'll be fine.
It's gonna turn to dust when it hits your grow and completely obliterates it. Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where then he walks, the grass blades sort of turn to touch his feet.
Ugh. All right.
There's the plants and such of adoring.
Right. Yeah.
This guy.
It seems unnatural, but he is the chosen of the greater deity who oversees this portfolio.
It is simply that he has
confusing.
he has been given enough power that it leaks into the plants and allows them to do what they always would have wanted to do.
Just bow down to him. All right, that's.
So she just remains basically as unsettled as she was after their first
yes,
meeting.
Part of the course, really.
Yep.
Yes.
Just it's what you signed up for.
Yeah. As for when one of the druids brings up what are we gonna do? What about the devastation? He will simply say that that forests and woods only grow back stronger from adversity. Patting the person's shoulder, which does not calm them down at all.
Absolutely not. What about us?
I could be crushed. It's that is the natural way of things when a mountain falls on you. Don't try to go against the way things are. The Myliki followers are not assuaged as much as the Sylvanas ones were also like, yeah, okay, this philosophy I've chosen for myself really does not care a lot about my well-being. As much as, I'm not really that important, all things considered.
I think like the exasperation of Guild and Fire makes sense. It's like, no, do something.
The Green Dragon is Rolling's like, you know what? Maybe you don't matter if you can't find a way
Yeah.
to survive when a falling city, like this flying city, crumbles on top of you.
It's natural. You will become mulch, and the great
Help the
cycle
new
will
forest
continue. New forest will grow with your energy, and
True.
so your soul will follow into Sylvanas, where you can either live forever as an unknowing rabbit or something in his plane, or return to the world to be reborn for new life to sprout. What it's really all about, Which might be comforting to some of them. Be like, yeah, I might die, but I have died many times before, and I will return to the world. And though not with my memories or any connection to who I used to be.
Right, I was gonna say, I mean,
Bit rougher. But yeah. The Oakfather does not want really to mess with too many people's afterlife, because that's something reserved for special people who are very important. Most people who are not. He's one of those deities that don't feel bad about saying it.
Yeah, well. I think there's the Green Dragon's part. She is patient. She's also carefree. Why would she waste effort worrying about this? She can fly, damn it. And so, Chosen. He's got divine certification.
Mm-hmm.
More important than she is. So it is said. Possibly. Maybe. And he's not worried. She won't be.
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly seems to have the presence that means that if he's worried, then something's wrong.
Yeah.
That said, does she take any precautions? Does she anticipate trouble? Like,
she does, in the sense that now that the sunlight has returned, and with us having moved out here, that she figures if the Netheril Empire will be fully focusing on Cormyr, then more attention will be put against the Chosen, and that could be in the form of evil adventurers or other forces who might be coming out to strike such a group. And so now that we've moved out of Marsember, she will be more attentive in that regard. For trouble. As for any rituals or magic items she may ready or prepared, fight black dragons and shadowy things, let them come. She'll fight them. She's beaten them before.
Yeah.
She dispatched Severius. What the hell is any other black dragon going to do against her?
Yeah. What's a black dragon gonna do? Right? Yeah, she is.
Right.
She is certainly powerful, and probably more powerful. I mean, certainly there are Netherese people like the Grand Shadow Princes and whatnot that are powerful here, but they are probably focused on other things.
Right. She figures anyone who would be sent in this situation is probably not more important, that important.
You don't want to trade. You don't want to trade down.
Yeah.
You said send a level 10 guy to deal with a level 8 guy, then really you lost. All right. Yeah. There. I can certainly tell you there is going to be trouble.
And if it's a Nightcrawler, she's fought those before too. Nightwalker, yeah, Nightwalker.
Yeah, and they are, maybe even expecting that someone like Emissary might be involved. That is a pretty fair thing to expect.
She has not taken any precautions in hiding herself.
In the current situation. Yes.
Literally zero effort.
I am the reason I'm hesitating here is because there would be a fight, the outcome of which is pretty important. Is the Chosen weakened? Is the Chosen even defeated? For that matter. My reason for hesitating is that it would be kind of fun to I want Aerie to participate, ideally as the Chosen. That would be cool. But the Chosen stats are not in a convenient format, as usually it is for the adventurers. Which means that it would be maybe a lot springing on her all of a sudden. which means that if we did it next time, I could like write up the stat block. It would be nice. I don't know, Ari, maybe you don't even think that would be fun, and so
No, I mean, I'm always up for combat. That is not a question.
because
Well, if we don't do it today, what are we gonna do with the rest of the session?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, how bad is it really?
yeah, I think you will be. I think you will probably be okay.
Send me a
See,
sheet.
like it's gonna be in the token, like double clicking in the stat block. You just like throw the stat block at her.
Right.
As for like the skills, you should just have to see those by looking at the token, I guess.
You
Yeah,
know,
the token has the various stats that are important, and it also has all the
Perhaps
actions, right?
the Chosen doesn't have, all the fighting experience in the world either. So,
It makes sense. Like these powers were
It
like
just
forced upon
mirrors
him.
the reality. He doesn't know quite what he can do yet.
It's, he needs to build up for us. So he can face the Chosen of Talos.
Oh Lord.
I'm here to help him in that regard.
I was gonna say, I'll try to keep my hatred for elves, and especially, the elven attitude of like, oh well, we'll see where it goes, blah blah blah. Just fucking in check. I'll embody it.
What are you talking about? This guy's great. Callous, just like unconcerned about things. I think Sylvanas has just like
I
built
love
upon a
when
great
someone
foundation.
has a lot of power that they were just given, and they're like, yeah, people should deal with what they have, and it's like, that's great. How convenient.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Yeah, Just look at his pictures. Come on, tell me you don't want to punch him.
I don't want to punch him at all.
Oh,
He is aesthetically pleasing to me, Aaron.
oh, he looks smarmy to me. It's like, and then
I think you're just reading into that, given apparently the vitriol you have towards elves.
yeah, starting
You want to see
very
someone
young,
you can punch.
when I picked in Fantasy Warhammer, when I picked the Dwarven faction, and ever since then, I have known that elves are enemies.
I had a stronger dislike whenever I was younger. I got over it.
Yeah.
I had some years. Moved on.
Perhaps in time.
Can't carry around that hate with you.
I don't know. It's going quite well, honestly.
Yeah.
As I understand it, you can feed on it too for energy. So clearly, I need to hate
Well,
more.
So you need to research that. You should use your research into that part of the ritual.
Then I would live forever, truly.
What is this symbol? Is this symbol hate? Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, Yaffle is so above everything. She doesn't have feelings.
This druid of Sylvanas that's actually standing next to us. That's Yaffle, by the way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
I did consider like the thought of of Emmy just like being around the same place without knowing. Meanwhile, if the secretary can know exactly when, then she like checks it on Emmy. It's like, oh god.
That might be some shit, right? She like goes like, "Where is Israeli Druthier?"
Because apparently I know where the where Yaffle is.
Yep.
It's like,
And then,
what the fuck?
and then you can measure the straight line distance. Like, wait a second, what's going on here?
Yeah, it'll be a couple months into the year, definitely. She's busy right now, but she likes to check on Emmy every now and then. It's nice to know if you need
like when
to
I checked
go.
on you last session, and like, what do you mean I don't know where she is?
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Emmy's like, well, I guess the ring might not work anymore.
Yeah, I'll check again tomorrow. And then the problem solved itself.
Yeah.
I had to move emissary here, otherwise it's not visible.
I've done that with my computer before. Like, oh, my internet isn't working. I guess I'll fix it tomorrow. And then it worked, and I was like, okay, yeah. Didn't know. Not gonna question it. I'll take it.
Go.
Look at that.
Yes, get that
And
indeed.
then he like makes like a huge like shadow template to represent the
Yeah.
flying screen.
And then everything was black. Oh.
Oh,
There you go. Be a PC-fied.
Alright.
So it probably, you can't roll initiative, something like that. You got some standard actions, you got some traits. The most important thing I would say to look at first would be the Aura 5, because that's where his attunements are defined, which defines his damage
Okay.
types based on which season he is
Ah.
currently attuned to. So, consider that at the start of battle, he chooses an attunement, and that's the one he then has, and then can change it, but powers allowed.
Wait. Radiant. There's one that says Radiant
Mhm.
Fire, and then there's one that says Radiant Nothing?
Yeah.
Just Radiant.
Yeah.
Alright.
let's see here.
That's-
So is
the-
it
that's
a
because-
mixed Radiant Fire? Is that mixed or?
Yes.
Okay.
These buttons.
That's because you want to be in spring sometimes, because that's the time where things regrow,
Oh.
even if your damage types are not as good.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay,
we
so
have-
all the standard actions are basically.
Yeah.
No. Is it not?
Enemies that enter start their turns in the R take 10 damage. Damage types are based on your
Okay.
attunement. Okay. Then we have Impression Perfection.
Tokens.
I say
And
yes, you're right. This is a lot.
So, I don't know. You don't have much to like do there. And also, let me go ahead and switch the
gonna say,
token
there's-
properties to PC.
There's, two ways to attack, really. I like that.
Yeah, well, usually these NPC tokens are not too complicated. You don't get to have so many powers. A lot of what he could do, like druid stuff, is basically, these are the things that are the summaries of what he.
Yeah, we're not gonna see all the birds flying around him, and
So you have a Nature's Wrath attack, but it's also like with Change of Seasons, which you can just do. You just do that attack against each enemy at close burst too. Endless Regrowth is not an attack, that's just an at-will trigger, like if you're attuned to Spring. So that's not really a standard action.
That's true.
Fey Charge is a recharge thing, where you teleport 8 squares and make a melee basic attack, which is going to be Nature's Wrath. Relentless Erosion is an aura effect, and you can change your attunement with the Change of Seasons thing. And then with Prescient Perfection, when you use Change of Seasons, your damage types are multi-elemental, so someone would need resistance against all of that. And, if someone's vulnerable to any of that, that would be problematic for them.
yeah, it would be. All right, let's go.
All right.
Pick up
Unfortunately,
the coach here.
these enemies have gotten none of. When you're a big Sha follower, you get bonuses in Shadow, and so there's none of that now. But they're still gonna try. As moving through the forest, I'm gonna say. I mean, they can't really surprise you, so it's just gonna be initiative here.
The Chosen did say they were coming, so
Yeah.
you listened to the trees or some shit.
Yeah, I'm sure I can probably hear it too. I mean, these guys are lower level than she is, right?
Mhm.
It's a while since she's fought these type of people. Also, I'm not realizing how big this map is. Way big here. I don't know what I need.
Hey,
Yeah, but it's such beautiful nature.
It is.
room for the Chosen to move around with
I
his
just-
1,225 hit points.
Just wanted to make sure that we had enough.
Wait, what?
I-
Oh Lord!
Welcome to being a
Lord,
chosen.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Looks at Emmy's hit points. Looks at his hit points.
No healing surgery.
Yep.
That's where it's at.
Chosen
Yeah.
of a god.
Yeah.
As coming from the north,
take a lot
as
of
it turns
punches.
out, is two things that are first visible, because they don't really have any, let's say, any chill, but that might undersell it. They come, and they come quickly, very quickly. Their fly speed is great. As they race down here, having pinpointed with eagle eyes from a distance who these two people are, as a couple of demonic multi-winged birds show in the sky, flashing with thunder's speed. Beyond that, alongside them, presumably their handlers, a host of Dark Moon assassins. Wraiths. I will roll initiative for you, Harry. You should be able to.
So, do you want me to do it, or will you do it?
I'll do it. You can.
Okay, good. So I was like, I don't know.
Opening my initiative window on the stream as
Grimace
well.
should be able to. Let's see. Let's see if it is.
No, I'm able to. I can't edit my initiative macro. That means I'm able to.
So roll
I know
initiative.
you tried. Oh wow. Okay.
And 20.
Good roll.
Yeah, that was a strong roll for me. I'm not exactly very initiative.
Like to observe.
Yeah, as these things wash over, it is very much like a silent. The Dark Moon monks here don't say anything. Neither do the sort of the wraiths, right? While the birds, it's mostly the swishing of wings and the slight crackle of static electricity. Emissary is probably not, she's not surprised. Neither is the Chosen, as she can turn them. They are here for the Chosen, right? That's their target, and if they can bloody him, then they will have ostensibly weakened him. If they can defeat him entirely, then that would be a different level of loss. Their primary goal here would be to bloody the Chosen. As the first wave here. Forward. Shockwave. It moves and it charges, simply moving forward with its dread necrotic blade. So, missing.
Ha ha!
Everyone will move forward. Charging X-ray. Just sort of glide across the.
The green dragon is missed and receives a counterattack in the form of Persistent Harrier, which would be a 48 versus Zarglass for 20 damage. She phases out of reality and blinks back in, dispatching the Dread Wraith with ease.
Oh yeah, it is.
With exactly the expression on
is destroyed. Once these would be, I mean, to most people these are terrible foes, but charges.
That will hit the green dragon.
14 damage, and we are weakened on the end of its.
Yeah, she is weakened. Let's see here. 193 minus 14 is 179.
Right. The Chosen.
Yes. Wait. They should have taken damage, right? Enemies that enter or start their turn in the aura take 10 damage.
That or let's see.
Enter.
Enter. Yeah, you're absolutely right. What movement do you have?
Radiant.
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 Yeah. Well, Grimace, you can heal that because they would both be dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great.
I get close to the Chosen or just dissolve in the glowing warmth of
Oh, yeah.
radiance.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Now, Malachi, I don't know this person.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem like someone who just rushes into battle.
So he is generally, in fighting, I want to say think efficiently.
Right.
He wants to finish the fight, basically. The throwdown. It's time. These guys, nature has played nice, and he's not here to do that. He's here to restore the balance by cleaning out all the problematic elements in the world.
Oh, all right.
The defender looks at her charge.
Yeah. Uh. All right. Sorry. Movement is. Wait, he
You
has
got it.
teleport 8?
He can disappear and reappear from any plant-like material, which is everywhere here. So
Wow. Wow. All right. Hmm.
you can imagine most of his defense is here also represented by bark skin growing over him as things strike against him.
They can't really reach anything though. Fate charge. Let's see here. Right.
If
Is a
if you
standard
if you
action,
were looking
yes.
to attack someone, then you could do a move action and then a standard action to
Yeah,
do a
charge.
phase charge, which would be a Nature's Wrath attack against that individual you're charging.
Yeah. All right. Here and then the fate charge, is it?
Yeah, so it would be a phase charge.
It allows you to
Yeah.
charge teleport instead of charge move.
Or should it be here? Nope, can't reach it.
Pick an assassin.
Charge teleport.
Yeah,
Right?
recharge, but
As one does.
Boop.
spiker.
And then Nature's Wrath. Ugh.
Then miss. Dodges.
Yes, that. I mean, I don't have any more actions.
You have an action point. You have two, actually, if you're so inclined. But maybe not. Maybe you want to wait until people get closer before you go spend an action
Yeah,
point.
definitely.
So these wraiths understand the problem inherent in fighting this thing. Maybe they will fight the escort. 'Cause
Yeah,
that might
Yeah,
just
they don't wanna
eviscerate
come
them
close.
instantly.
to my aura of death or life.
This guy, unfortunate to start his turn with the aura, and he's ripped apart.
Green Dragon is bewildered. That just whisked away and now starts to grasp the problem that the problem that Gildenfire faced.
Mhm.
One of many.
Mhm.
Okay.
Let me protect you.
What the hell, man? Okay. Well, as a minor action, she is going to grant the Shield of the Iron Mind, which provides herself and allies a +4 power bonus to will and saving throws on the zone that moves with her. She will convert a move to a minor and activate her Topaz Corona Zone as well. Which will last till the end of the encounter. Herself and allies get a +2 power bonus to all defenses and regeneration equal to 10 plus our highest ability
What
modifier.
the fuck?
Which I provide regeneration 19. And there are no aberrations here, as a issue. The standard gets converted into a move, as the Green Dragon moves 10 forward after The chosen of Sylvanas. Like scowling, but puts the chosen within her auras. So for the first time in a long while, she's actually going to try and act as a defender. That's the end of the turn.
All right.
Dreadbrave 2 starts within 5.
It does.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get in here.
Or, oh, here though is one of the called in support creatures. The 6-wing of Zuzu.
Presumably it has 6 wings.
It does, yes. There's a lot
Yeah.
of them, and
I like that. I'd be very upset if it had 5.
It is here. It is here on the job. Win. And what is your current attunement?
Spring?
Right then, its variable resistance will give resist radiant. Going to ignore the
10 damage.
and then it will use its dimensional charge. It's here as an assassin bird. It teleports to a target within 10 and uses Talon twice, each attack dealing additional damage. So it'll go here and strike Martain with Talon twice.
You
Second
have
one
an
will
operating
hit.
armor class
right?
of 43.
First one
So
will hit, yeah.
And that one will do an additional 19 force damage.
24 plus 19.
Then this bird will action point. That's one of those. To really lay into him, using its murderous assault power, trying to use Talon twice. And if both attacks hit, it does a whole bucket load of extra electricity damage. So that's what it'll try to do. Both don't hit, but that is one hit.
Yes.
Lashing into. All right. The other one has pretty much the same idea. It will simply do its dimensional charge. Do 2 Talon attacks.
Nope.
Looks like 2 misses. And then it will action point to fire off its murderous assault. Do 2 more. The 43
they
and a
both
50.
hit.
All right, they both hit.
Uh,
Take damage from those 2, and then you take the murderous assault damage as well. Additional 32 lightning damage.
Oof.
Yeah, that is.
Wow, that was almost 200 hit points.
I appreciate the glee you had, and I have so many hit points. Son of a fire.
Yeah, as they basically lash in and just begin. Meanwhile, these guys want to ideally stay out of 5. They will just sort of keep distance for a little bit at least. This guy dead. This guy. Could have brought stronger assassins, but sadly there's just not that many of them. Okay, turn.
You regenerate 19.
Yeah, 19. Oh. All right. I think it is time for a change of seasons.
Do you wish to change your attunement?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to. Let's see here. Sorry, I need to look at my seasons.
Yeah, just click the Relentless Erosion button.
Oh, there it is. I go for a Radiant Summer.
Right.
And I make a Nature's Wrath attack at both these 2, right?
Yep.
Like you can still stay in spring because you have prescient perfect. Oh wait, that's an encounter thing.
Yeah.
You don't use that. Okay, yeah, you're in summer now.
Ew.
A miss and a hit.
Fire radiant.
Resist the radiant, but the fire. They can only have one resistance at a time as demons, as it turns out.
And
You don't want to switch.
Make a
that was-
recharge roll for your Fey charge.
Oh yeah. 1d6. Oh nope. Yeah, and then
You want to?
so I can still teleport, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Note that
Reappears over there.
you don't have your damage aura.
No.
Actually, yeah,
It
you
is.
do. It's radiant fire. Right. You just don't get the healing. Right.
Yeah.
Were you gonna spend an action point?
Not yet.
Okay.
There. X. Missing in user Whose turn it is?
All right. Leader's here. Shovels her head as the chosen whisks away from her again. Just frustrated. Thanks like Gildenfire. Thanks to like whether like she needs to like teach Varte like anything. Thinks it might be useless. A minor action is going to be spent with a single power point to utilize, if I could find it, Battle Mind's Demand, marking both 6 wings of Pazuzu. So she uses that boundary again, or until the end of the encounter. Let's see here. With that done, I think she will convert a move action to a minor action, and she will breathe poison at the Dread Wraith. 33 versus Reflex.
That's a miss.
Yep. Stupid poison going through the Wraith.
Damn it. Substantial minion. A useless trait.
Okay. Then, as the standard action, I will spend 2 power points. And to read a description, a torrent of psionic energy comes pouring from her body as she activates the Ego Crush attack. It's a close burst 1 on each visible enemy, which there are 3 around her. A 41, a 47, and a whiff on the minion for 28 points of damage.
It's the 2 others, though.
And notably, they cannot gain combat advantage until the end of my next turn.
Alright, as they are smashed and blank then.
Okay. I will spend an action point then.
Right.
Spend that. As I spend an action point, I become insubstantial and phasing. And I think I will do that attack again. Take myself down to 12 power points for a 40, 40, and 38 versus armor class.
It's Wraith is a bit harder to hit than the other one.
Get you. Yeah. That's why I was using those nukes for, to try and like get the minion down. That little bastard, or big bastard, I should say. All right, that does it for my turn.
All right. Yeah, they have their priorities as to what they're going to be doing here. They are marked, however, which is always troublesome. But this one's going to take the chance and going to try to use Wings of Steel. Uses Talon once and gains a +6 to AC until the end of its next turn. Try to do challenge once.
That will not hit Emmy's or Leaders here, courtesy of her buff defenses.
It will have +6 to its AC against the follow-up attack opportunity.
Okay. I will spend a single power point then to make a Ego Crush attack in the place of a melee basic attack. I think that's going to whiff for 9 points of damage.
Is a miss. To block with a steely wing. It moves out to get. This other one here.
Does it have a radiant fire resistance?
No. That's
Then
true.
it will take damage.
Good. The other one here will take a strike below. Attack.
No. Shifts. She teleports here.
Always a mistake. All right.
It never gets old either. It's just like
And these guys, well, they all, they're shadowy forms that they worked so hard to achieve, are melted in the burning light.
Of the Chosen.
So much for a whole life dedicated to monasticism and hard training,
sucks.
Undone by an elf was given.
Yeah. You are out of range of the regeneration.
Yeah. Malachi, question.
Mm-hmm.
So do these change resistance every time you hit them? Or
They do if they want to.
Okay, but they have to do an action to do that? Or like
Or trigger. They can't do it forever.
Okay.
Currently they're radiant. They can only have one active. So
Okay.
you can sort of bypass it by using anything that isn't.
Yeah.
Beyond that, it doesn't matter too much what he's attuned. One else has something.
Alright.
Vulnerability.
Well, I need to recharge the start of turn, right?
Mhm.
Nope. Alright. Let us go. Alright, well, I will do a Nature's Wrath attack. Let me just see what is this. Yes. There we go. Against the one next to me.
It's a crit.
Oh, I don't know what that does.
That does 51 damage.
Hey. And
Which can it resist? Only resist 1 damage type of time.
then he'll teleport.
There you go. Yeah.
Whoop. Gets to get him some regen is what that is. Sorry, what is this? Change of seasons would then be. Yeah, I think then action point.
Right?
To do change of seasons in a close burst 2.
It's one enemy.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading here. Push. Yes, sorry. There we go.
Yep. Lashing more into the.
Yes. Go. Deduct that action point. Alright.
Alright. This one
Dread Wraith got put within 5 of the Chosen.
turned to nothing.
Yeah.
Misery.
Zero Legions here is no longer insubstantial and phasing. The start of return. She is with a single enemy right now. She looks back behind her. Reserves her judgment over the Chosen. It's no time to talk. Single power point brutal barrage attack against the six-wing of Pazuzu that is next to her. That takes me to 10 power points. She has combat advantage here, so we have a 41, 38, 47, and a 51.
And that is all hits.
Okay, that's 36 points of damage, and the six-wing of Pazuzu is prone.
Slammed down. They're not the most sturdy things of their caliber, because they can hurt things a lot.
No, they do hurt a lot.
She will gain 11 temporary hit points. And, using a move action, Sneer. With the Sneer, that is the end of her turn.
Take damage.
The six-wing of Pazuzus can now get combat advantage. Again.
We'll use its talons.
No.
Bloodied. I look prone. Flying either though.
Will also take damage.
And then it
Man, I want the Sigurd to have an aura. I want to make sure to stand
it
around.
recovers its murderous assault, which it will then use
Oh.
upon enemies. 2 talon attacks.
Those both miss.
Yes, I'm not worried.
It
The green
strikes, lashing out with
Dragon's hide
its
is too tough.
demonic claws, right? That's just slashing at it. It would rip a man apart easily.
Yeah.
Sorry, is so much more.
I
So
get
it's
the
more.
regen, right?
Yep, you get regeneration 19.
Oh, see, he
A
has already
good
learned his
thing.
lesson. Like, stay close to the defender. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, reroll. Come on. Big money. Nope. I should have known that. Alright, Nature's Wrath. Nature's angry. That hit?
Turns out these things are actually pretty bad at fortitude.
Oh, great.
They're, hollow bones.
Yeah.
As
6 wings. No muscle.
lots of wings. Pazuzu spent all his money at wings, and then well, it's just
It's like,
think
that
about
could
it.
look so dope,
if I
man.
all my
min-max for
character
wings,
creation points went into wings.
Yeah.
it's just min-max them.
Augments.
You could do it.
Constitution, what?
See, this is what
Hit
happens
points.
when you don't have the thing where you have like one slot for shoulders. This guy just put everything there.
The six-wing of Pazuzu is in hell, as it is alone with the Misery Legions here. Single power point. Brutal barrage attack against this thing. That'll be 4 hits, because I have combat advantage on that as well. 36 points of damage, and knocked prone again.
Let me put on the ground again. Why even stand up?
Welcome to my defender hell.
Oh, stuck. So stuck. Alright, yeah.
That's the end of my turn.
The one over here is going to try to use its murderous assault on that thing. Striking twice with its claws.
Definitely
One
gets
hit.
Well, that'll be 27. They're not lucky with hitting. Well, I guess both enemies have pretty good defenses, but if both hit with this, it's 8d10 lightning damage. That's potential.
I definitely did.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm glad that
Sure.
like Vercigatrix is not here. Also, remember they take damage when they start their
Yep.
turn next to me.
A lot of time here.
Five
It
it to
will
me.
strike with its
Yeah.
talon.
Cannot cut this dragon apart.
We reach the end of turn 5. The main force, as it were, the
Oh,
shock troopers will appear
we're having such a good time.
and join the battle.
There we go. There's my promised dragons. Alright.
One of them will even act quickly, acting alongside their mounts. Come black dragons, flying around with Netherese wizards on them. Archmages even. I mean, who knows? There might be some normal wizards too, but they just evaporated in the horrid wind that blows around Montaigne. Which really is just accelerated erosion. Right?
Yes, I get you.
This one,
Uh,
not your turn yet.
oh, sorry,
Yeah.
but it said my turn.
It did, but because these guys rolled initiative and then were added later.
Alright. Oh,
Flying up here, looks down at the two of you there, and you are within a close blast 3. So there will
well,
be
he'll take 10 damage.
Correct.
Both of them.
There will be a breath weapon. First against Montaigne, then Missouri. 29 and 26. Boy. Well, that's a no on that.
No.
Mm-hmm. Poor dragon.
Looking at, do I want to take half damage? This is where I'm thinking about. If only it had taken the metal feat that allows me to.
Oh, half damage. Yes.
Yeah.
Half of 27.
So,
That's
27.
13.
I will.
Alright.
I will permit this damage to my body. So I'm at 193 plus 11, 204 hit points. 204 minus 13, 191.
Yeah. Then this guy will point to Montaigne and shoot a shadow bolt.
You definitely got shadowed.
Yep.
Only 2
Yeah.
cold and necrotic damage.
No resistance to that.
You do have resistance to necrotic, but only immunity to whatever elemental your attunement is at.
Oh, I did not know that.
It's your turn.
Alright, and you already healed the hit points for this turn.
No, I did not. I deleted them again.
Oh, okay. I see, yeah. Gotcha.
Alright. Well, that hurt me.
Here for you.
What?
They're
Oh,
here for
each
you.
one. Well, yeah. Nope. We're gonna end this combat and I will not have recharged it a single time.
I hope you're ready for 2 more shadow bolts along with breath weapons.
Right? I'm like, alright. I think change of seasons. And what is it? Is it? No, this is not it. That was the wrong one. Which is it that tells my? It's this one. This one. Yeah, we're gonna go to winter.
It's just snow and it's all cold.
Yes, and then that guy will be attacked. Ugh.
Just a hit.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know if it's worth action pointing, but I really would also like one of these. There's to go down. No. That's it.
It might be worth action pointing. These guys may not
Yeah.
actually bunch up well enough for you to like Nature's Wrath Burst.
Sorry, what?
So, your action pointing may very well be worth it here to clear one of these enemies, because they're likely not going to bunch up for you to actually, like, nuke them in a group.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because they can fly, they can go wherever they want to, they can shoot you from long ranges.
Alright, well, I used my standard action, right? I'll teleport here.
Suppose we'd ask, how high up is the cohort?
As usual, if you can fly, let's just imagine that it's like that's not super important. Beyond that, the answer is, of course, they're 3 up because they used the blast 3.
Oh, okay, so he would not be able to reach Real Blast 2
Yeah,
here?
you can. Yeah, the other guy's 1 up, so it'd
Okay.
be 1 above you, 1 below. That's too much. Mountain can cover.
Oh, I was gonna say, but that wouldn't make sense unless I change seasons again, would it?
I don't know.
Does he have to? Well, he would have to change seasons to
It
change
says
seasons.
you can change seasons.
Oh,
It doesn't say
okay.
you must. It gives you permission.
All right. Well, then he'll do change of seasons, stay in cold, and hit both of these with Nature's Wrath. Ugh, 30.
Hit this.
Boy.
More.
Oh, one more. Yes, that's true.
Damage. 40.
No more action points.
Slamming it. Now the wintry
Oh.
ice and cold.
Yeah, I was gonna say now I have to change his label to Winter.
Glittering and shiny.
Wait.
Alright. Another person on a dragon comes here, and yeah, we'll fire. Yeah,
It's gonna form a perfect square.
he will point at Imizure. Shadow Bolt.
No.
Imizure.
Maybe our Legion Theater regenerates the 2 missing hit points.
Oh, the flesh wound. Oh.
The Archmages deal a lot of damage, but she is reluctant to leave. The Chosen, like, these 6 wings can deal quite a bit of damage as well, she saw. They're both bloodied. Was the one that was on the Chosen in worse condition after those recent hits?
Yes.
Thought so. Okay. Well, Imizure Legions here will move away. She has combat advantage because she's alone with this 6 wing, and as she has combat advantage, her movement does not provoke opportunity attacks from that enemy. She will take flight. We'll say here. Just a little bit of a hop to go adjacent. And she will spend 6 power points for a Close Burst 2 attack targeting each visible enemy.
Hey.
Alright, yeah. 4 enemies.
Alright. As the Iron Presence magnifies her presence in her enemy's mind, compelling it to focus on your threat. 24 damage, and those who are hit are marked until the end of the encounter, or until I use the power again. Misses take 9 damage.
Love that untyped damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes me down to 3 power points. Okay. That was a move. That was a standard. Minor action. Squinting at those. The damage I took was acid in nature and work together, so I will spend a minor action to get resist 15 acid for the encounter. That'll be another turn. That's right, I also have -5, resist 5 all dragon attacks. I need to remember that. That's the end of my turn.
Flies over here.
Into
There.
5.
And then there's a dragon breath. Be my pain, and then
Doesn't hit me.
Oh,
will
it would
not.
hit him.
29 or half of that.
20.
I have resist 15 acid, so I don't take any of that.
This sorry there. Can be done about that. Yeah, it's time to use the wicked in power that Shard is known for. Yeah.
Turning you into a bitter bitch.
In a way, he will try to use
Yeah.
the Shadow Grasp.
The green dragon is not grabbed.
Would have been suspended in the air, and whenever one of these, as these, surprisingly, these Archmages are shades, you take damage whenever they take damage. Well, that fails. This thing. Damage. And then comes up to play. It was Strike Emissary here.
Oh, thank God.
That will not hit, courtesy of not just the power, but my blood iron armor, because I hit it, and also I have my Helm of Able Defense. I have not yet... I have taken damage. 2 points of damage. Not from a miss. So yeah, I don't have that active, which means I have 48 armor class, so that will just hit.
32 damage. They're out of fancy stuff, though.
Okay. That is 32 points of damage.
Then to flank. And then strike with a +2. 30. Well, that's a natural one.
Not quite.
This guy and
And
his...
he, of course, also took the 10 damage.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah, okay, good, he did.
I'm on it. It does not get its dragon breath. Oh well, it doesn't really need to. It is a flyby dragon. Has reach 2. So it can just bite from here. Do an acidic bite against Montaigne.
Nope.
Then there'll be another attempt at shadow grasping in Missouri.
No.
That goes. Pain.
Gets
Regenerate.
19 hit points.
If you were in spring, you'd get another 20, but I understand why you're not in spring.
If we gotta beat these motherfuckers down, then gonna be spring all day. All year, even. Yeah. It is time for the non-change of seasons.
You can
I should
not
teleport
do that
here,
there. Yeah, you should
right?
teleport there.
Yeah.
Right. 4 opponents. Oh.
Yes. Well. Yeah.
Lashing out.
Was that 4 times?
Yep, that was 4 times. And
Okay.
I guess I stand corrected. They ended
Yes.
up bunching up in the end. We got them to scrunch up.
Miss a hit. Miss a hit. Roll the same damage, which is 40 for the first. All right.
God damn it! Not number 1. I wanted number 1. Oh, I have to try and recharge.
Do one of
On
those.
E. Hmm.
I just saw that one of
Nope.
those was a crit, so I should do some more damage to it.
Oh, yes, please.
The 48.
All right.
That's it.
Yeah. So cramped in here.
Takes 10
About to
damage.
fly. Yes.
Really soaking in this aura.
Hey, you know.
It'll just be a dragon breath on Mate.
That will hit.
And there'll be a shadow grasp on Emissary. Later here. Oh, someday this will work. It'll be great for them. Especially
Well,
with
not
this
if
aura.
all three of them use the encounter power.
Yeah. Well, you know. Still one left. Emissary.
Alright, Nimi's early to regenerates 19 hit points, taking her to 180. Looking at the 2/6 Wings of Pazuzu, her standard action, she's banking in power. She'll go ahead and expend some more of that power. As Psychic Wind begins to howl around her once more. Between the 2/6 Wings of Pazuzu, she becomes the Screaming Gale and performs a Storm Dance Strike against both of them. Will be a 36 versus armor class, but they'll still miss, and then a 49 versus armor class.
9 certainly.
Alright, 28 points of damage.
Yes.
Yes, which will be 9 damage. Delightful.
Ah, thank God. I mean, Savanus.
There was no need to teleport with that. And she now assumes a stance, which may become relevant if anyone who's marked by her attempts to just move away from her.
It might.
Move action is the 6 Wing of Pazuzu is alone with her, so she can withdraw from it. A move action is going to be to just fly away from it and insert herself right in this.
Oh,
Mhm.
Hot mess.
these people are gonna have a bad time.
Wizards don't like that. This guy's fine with it though.
And he also takes damage.
A minor action is going to be to give herself temporary hit points equal to her bloodied value.
Oh my
So many
God.
temporary hit points.
All this disgusting defender shit.
You know, I have not used all of my stuff in so long. 'cause
Yeah. No,
never
yeah.
been
I'm
in-
like, wait, what is this? Vision 19?
Well, that was my new level 26 power, Harry.
I remember that one being picked. Alright. Well, this
I
dragon
looked at
will
it and was like, that looks unreal.
move here and we'll do an acidic bite on Emissary.
Swats the jaws aside.
Oh, trying to. Wait, oh, it's flyby attack. It can move away upwards.
Wow.
I mean, we're still black dragons.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
and
I'm
then this guy
I
will
know.
shadow bolt Emissary. See, the other guy's immune to it. So
Mhm.
That Shadow Bolt will just miss me. Courtesy of my Topaz Corona giving me a reflex of 45.
here, and we'll Alan.
Ow.
Okay. Those two did start, though, within 5 of
And
The
they took their
Chosen.
damage.
Yeah, they did take, I think.
They should have.
Oh yeah, it was above my Immortal Endurance. That's why I got confused. Gotcha.
Because everyone does now.
Yes.
Man's power. Oh, he's bloodied.
Oh,
Oh, he's a wizard and he's bloodied. That's not good. He's very valuable. That covers its dragon breath.
imagine being able to do that.
Pretty much immediately just fire that again. Targeting both of you. So this will be Emissary and then Martain. So Emissary and Martain.
No.
The half of 17. Like 8 acid damage.
That's nothing on me.
Right, mage. Gotta get rid of this dragon. Luckily, as a mage, he thought maybe that would be a problem someday. So he'll reach out with his cruel banishing. Trying to. That is
No.
a miss,
The
however.
Green Dragon is not banished.
It was a good
That
attempt.
would be cruel, though.
Okay.
It regenerates 19.
Yes. Not 18. 19. Phew. Alright. See, that's the thing. I'm like, ah, man, I sure would like some extra regen. Then all these motherfucking mages would target me.
I think 19, one step below your 20 is pretty good. You still got a bit of distance before you get bloodied.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, recharge. Let's see.
Wait for the next flying city to come in around 10.
Yay! I did it.
Yep, you have Fade charge back.
Yes, but hell, I'm not gonna do yes right now. Right now, it's the end of seasons. Target 3. That's what we want to do.
Mhm. Yes, hit and a hit.
For 37 damage. The power of nature, the wind and the
Yes.
birds. Angry
Battering,
Bird.
Flashing.
Such angry bird. Oh,
All Manakai's avatar. Just
Cold winter
Yeah.
everywhere.
right.
that's it. He
Alright,
doesn't.
well,
you know.
this guy tried to recharge his breath. You know, if nothing else,
Looked
it's
really cool.
guaranteed damage. Well, and then crushing, banishing. Surely this time.
No, the
How
Green
could this
Dragon is
have
not
so much
banished.
Fortitude.
I was gonna say, good luck hitting fucking Emmy's fortitude.
It
I could have
is-
increased that even more this past
These are
level.
pretty
It just-
hard.
That's disgusting.
I'd take, but you know what? If they could, it would be great. Just put the dragon away.
It would.
Imagine if she could be
Well,
dazed
there'll
too.
be an acidic bite then.
That does not hit the Green Dragon.
Just like
Also-
tries to bite a leg or something, but
Did they take damage from their turns? They did not.
It really validates you asking me every time.
Shit. Yep, the Green Dragon regenerates up to full HP. Alright, well, annoyingly these...
Gleaming.
Let's see here. Let me check the text on this. Until the end of your next turn, wielding the Bloody Maul against any creature not adjacent to an ally. We went over this. They're not adjacent to any of my allies, they're just their allies. Okay. Just wanted to check that. I'm not going to use that, I just wanted to print that text out. Great. Group things. Yeah, sure. Close burst 1 each visible enemy? That sounds legit here. Let's do that.
People.
Alright. Spend 2 power points. I'm at 1. 51, 37, 48, and a whiff. Hits get 30 damage and can't gain combat advantage. Misses take 9.
Damage.
Psionic energy. Crashing into the gathered foes.
Slamming into them. These mages are not sturdy at all. Artillery.
Yes.
That would look bad.
A minor action. I will expend the final power point I have. So Pazuzu 2 and Archmage 3 are perma-marked because of my Iron Presence 6. And I'm not going to be using that power again. But Cohort 2 and Cohort 1 aren't marked, and so I will go ahead and mark them.
Alright.
So as they are the mounts, I think it's suitable to mark them. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Alright. Yeah, over here, you know what? He's happy to be
Takes
ignored.
10 damage. Oh, not the guy. over
No,
there.
no, not that
I
guy.
was gonna
That's
say
right.
that was the wrong guy.
Little Shadow Bolt in Missouri. Surely he'll hit.
That will just miss. My
Another-
reflex is
another
operating at
just miss.
45.
Alright. Well, he's happy to
I
try.
know. The second just missed. Glances off thanks to the Topaz Corona.
Swings its big claw. At my 30 damage.
At who?
You.
Oh,
I
I did
mean,
not hear. Great.
you're the only one it's adjacent to.
Actually, never mind. Although look at its current hit points. It has 10, so.
Oh, hey!
Yeah.
Whew.
It was just about to, and then it gets
I
blown
did
by
it!
a cold wind and dies.
A devastating blow against the
That one
chosen,
also takes
Yeah.
10.
and then Winter's Embrace.
Yeah.
Alright, well, they've had enough of this. So this one's gonna do its acidic bite. Let me sure. Then they're gonna. They're gonna try
Alright,
to
it
leave.
moves away from me. An adjacent enemy marked by me moves without shifting. Be a 39 versus armor class.
Alright, is this a friendly action? Right. Good, we need both of them really.
Yep, it's an opportunity action.
So, yeah. The dragon here gets hit by that.
And takes 22 damage and is slowed until the end of my next turn. In addition, I teleport 5 squares, and then teleport the target to a square adjacent to me. So, I guess I'm going 5 squares,
Huh.
and it's coming right over here.
That was sort of the opposite. What they wanted. You know, you fly one direction, suddenly you're in the opposite direction. Well, that was
That
not
guy
great.
over here is like, oh god!
Because this guy doesn't have... okay, well, he only has range stick. Well, you know what? This is going to be unprecedented. But the guy has to draw his knife and try to shank the dragon.
I haven't had to draw my knife in 15 levels, no. Glances off the...
I could teleport people away from me. I could do so much, and yet, you know, here we are. Montaigne.
Heals.
Look at what this
No,
dragon
not
can do.
anymore.
Yeah, you
Do I?
do heal.
Oh, okay, it's 5.
Yep, it's a close burst 5.
Let's see.
I don't have to sustain that with any actions. It just remains with me until the end of the encounter.
Yeah, imagine.
Incredible.
I don't have to imagine anymore.
Yeah.
Get to see it in action. I mean, should probably not move to get flanked, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
The other's like, I could be hitting 4 targets though.
You should hit 4 targets.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
should hit 4 targets.
I mean, efficiency is what Manikai said. Hitting 4 targets at once is efficient, I think.
Especially when you hit all of them.
Yes.
4 times 39.
39 damage. Look at that damage output from him. There's your at-wills, just...
Yes.
Yeah.
Just good.
Bashing along, grinding them down.
Staying in
Even.
cold because I don't want to be banished. Takes 10 damage.
Archmage 1's no longer next to me, so there you go, you're free now.
Well, Dragon here will do an acidic bite. Chosen.
Ow! That
A
will
crit.
definitely hit.
So there'll be a lot more damage than that. Let's see here.
Mark certainly can't save you from a crit.
60 damage.
All in all?
Yep.
Alright.
Close his mouth on you. Yeah, we'll try to shadow bolt you.
That will hit.
Alright. You're immune to cold, but so you'll just rely on your 15 necrotic resistance.
Alright, so 17 damage then.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll fly over here. Emissary.
Oh, howdy. How you two doing? How's it going? It's upsetting that, that's over here. However, that Black Dragon Cohort 2 has actually managed to become slowed.
Mm-hmm.
So any attacks that I deal that hit deal extra damage equal to my Charisma modifier. However, the Green Dragon is out of power points, so we need some of those. I reach into the bag. Maybe we'll see another encounter after this, maybe we won't. We'll rev up another daily. My punishing attack will actually deal psychic damage. It establishes a brief psionic link with my foe to sap its mental energy and renew her own against Cohort 2. It'll be a 39 versus Will.
It's
And that'll take an extra 6 points of damage. And I will recover 6 power points.
it looks like it doesn't want to be here anymore. It's a black dragon. They like to bail. But as long as it has wizard on it, it can't really get to.
I get you. The slow effect ends at the end of my next turn, which is now.
Maybe now it can skip. Alright. Okay, one over here does an acidic bite.
Yeah.
Which means that it no longer, provokes when it moves. Here. And then fire a shadow bolt.
Does not hit.
Not hit. Well, this one is the one in real trouble. It's gonna stab with this dagger.
Unless it's a crit, no.
Dragon tries to bite. And,
Does not.
shift.
Did they take 10 when they started their
It
turn?
didn't.
Okay. Black Dragon shifts, so she teleports over here.
As the wizard just dies from exposure. Which means that the
Heal.
black dragon is basically it's Bailey.
Alright, you can heal 19.
Yes. Hmm. Yeah.
You probably want to go after like one of the groups.
Yeah, probably shouldn't I?
Since this Black Dragon does not want to be a part of this fight anymore. And you do better against groups. You just teleport.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I want that ability. It's like, just appear behind. Whoop.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Greetings.
Horrid shadow being with a hood. Weird shadow tentacle coming from his face screams like a
Yes.
scared prey.
And I think I'll try and actually change seasons and go into spring.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Pure radiance.
Sorry, just changing my label so I can see it.
These wizards actually don't have great fortitude either. They're made of literal shadow stuff. Not very sturdy.
And then I will end my turn while being in spring and regain another 20 hit points. Whew.
Damage. Next to you. Little bite.
That will hit.
Punch. And this guy here. Oh. Dagger you.
No.
Amy Zurai.
I don't need to heal. I will deduct a single power
It
point.
should be said this dragon didn't get a turn, but he would have left.
Alright, well, I still see it as an enemy. It might circle around. And so it'll try to leave, and I would get that attack against it. So it could be slow. And then I would teleport 5 squares, and it teleports adjacent to me.
I'd like that. He shouldn't get away.
Right. I mean, black dragons being what they are, they could come after you or some shit.
Yeah,
like-
they'll come again. That's what I was thinking. I was like, what? We're letting it go? And then I was like, no, Emmy probably has that.
They'll retreat to one of their 3 other flying cities.
Yeah.
Anyway, my turn starts. Single power point deducted. Brutal barrage attack against this dragon cohort.
All right.
I have combat advantage. One of those is a crit.
One of them is a miss.
Yep, one of them is a miss. So that will be 36 damage plus 18 damage plus 4d12 points of damage. 70 points of damage on a dragon cohort.
Man.
And I smack it to the ground. It falls prone. Syphils. Remain slowed until the end of my next turn, which will be after this turn. But, maybe the Chosen will have something to say about that, because I'm moving. I have a conversation to have over here. Hi, how's it going? I'll come in like that. There we go. Yeah, greetings. Nope. Hi, greetings. See you on my turn.
All right. Suddenly he's a little bit too far away. Over here. Shadow Bolt's the chosen.
No.
Yes.
Gets.
You get 19 from me.
Yes. Ugh. Yeah.
Battle above the branches. Large tree. Mirian Forest.
Oh, I wanna.
Well, all the other druids are facing off with all manner
Yeah.
Oh
of.
yeah, they got a bunch of those little Shadow Dark Moon assassin people.
And the dread wraiths are more dreadful for them.
Oh yeah. There's all these things.
Should I? I should just attack the 2 people, shouldn't I?
You should, because you do more damage in groups,
efficient.
but afterwards you can teleport next to that black dragon.
Oh, you're
Negate
not
the
wrong.
combat. Then I'll do like a flyby attack or some shit, I don't know.
Alright. Change of seasons. Bam. Ugh.
A miss and a hit.
Alright. I'll teleport here.
All right.
And I'll regain 20 hit points. Right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you are in Spring.
Oh, that's great.
While staying in 5 of those 2.
Yes.
I'm gonna supposed to stab a dragon. Oh.
That will let's see here. I did not hit that dragon, so or him, so yeah, that hits.
Jam she with a ritual
Well
dagger.
done, Shadowbar.
19 points of damage.
Hey, that's more than I can do with my dagger.
96 minus 19. That's 77 temporary HP, and I take a -4 penalty to my attack rolls until the end of the Archmage's
Oof.
next.
Dragon bite.
No.
Shift backwards.
Okay. Shifts. She teleports.
Okay.
0 leads you with a -4 to her attack rolls. Well, that's upsetting.
I think
Okay.
so.
Alright, Archmage.
Yeah.
It's fine. I gotta make up for that penalty. Let's go ahead and use a minor action to activate the Bloody Maul of Talos. I have a -2 to these attack rolls. But every hit will deal 2d10 extra damage. Okay. Single power point takes me down to 4 power points now. And Brutal Barrage the Archmage. So that'll be a 47, a 45, a 48, and a 46.
Those are all hits.
Okay. That's
Absolutely
30
toast.
plus 10 points of damage. 87. As,
Yeah.
she knocks it prone and swats the Archmage off the dragon. She gets stabbed, it like hits her in the claw. She roars, teleports after the dragon, and just flings the Archmage off.
Crunch.
I was gonna say, now it's actual anger.
Like, actually angered the green
Yeah.
dragon.
Before, she's been playing, sort of. Like, she's been serious, but like, now she's hurt.
How dare
How
you
dare.
stab my temporary hit points?
How dare you stab my attempt? You take that back.
All right. Anything else?
Disgusting
Is that-
shadow being.
Yeah, you're gonna just kill the guy and then.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
All right.
Look at the black dragon like, you want something?
Yeah, he's like, he's just gonna get that guy bloody. It's a shadow bolt. No.
Mm-mm.
Not going so well for him. Dragon. Gotta stand up and do a bite
Nope.
thing.
Yeah, you heal
Oh,
19.
it took 10 damage, by the way.
It did. Of course. Yeah. On the way.
Yeah, you heal 19.
I do. It feels good.
Well, I've been 11 rounds of mostly healing 19 every round. I mean,
Yeah.
pretty good hit points.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well just.
You're there. It's there.
Yeah, but I'm like, I could teleport and hit 2, but it just. No. It has to go down. It's right here. That's efficient. Oof, that is not a hit,
If you hit.
probably. Yeah, that's not.
All right.
Anything else? Yeah, teleport. Sure. Amy's right.
And then you'll heal your 20 from Spring.
I'll just stay here.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay. Black Dragon isn't really wounded. Looks like it's going to remain here in the fight, even though it lost its wizard.
No.
Okay.
It is wounded enough.
All right. Green
Doesn't take
Dragon,
a lot.
but, scowls at like the flying body. Looks at this Black Dragon. You will remember the name of Imizure Leadrathir. And as it is alone with her, she has combat advantage, which means she slips away and flies 9.
Mm.
It could have said something snarky, but it's smart enough not to.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Nah, I'm out of here.
A minor action will... you know what? I don't need to spend a power point for that. I am going to unaugmented mark Black Dragon Cohort 3. Dragon Cohort 1, I believe, will be released from that mark.
Easy for that.
Okay. As for my attack, it is going to be a single power point Brutal Barrage, which will take me down to 3, against the Archmage 3. That one of those will be a crit. There'll be a 39. Okay. So that's 36 plus 4d12. 66 points of damage. The Archmage falls prone on the back of the dragon. That's the end of her turn.
Buddy. Sit up. This dragon will recharge. Still has recharge. All are. Well, an acidic bite it is. And then he will, Dragon will move away.
Okay. An adjacent enemy marked by me moves without shifting. 28 damage. And gets slowed. And then I teleport 5 squares, because I must. And then it teleports 5 squares adjacent to me, because it must.
Oh, I guess he stabs with his dagger.
No, that was deflected.
Oh,
She's learned her lesson. Not again.
This one. Damage. Acidic bite. And missing, but still not provoking as it is. Here is just moving out. He's had enough.
Heals.
Yep, you heal your 19.
Oh, I'll teleport over here. Wait, combat advantage doesn't count when you do area, do you? Oh, it does.
No, it doesn't. You would need a feat for that, I believe.
Just
I don't
from
think I'm
melee
gonna...
attacks, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
First.
It's fine. We hit 2. Division.
Yes. I can confirm.
Is 40 damage.
And then I'll heal my 20.
I'm sure will.
A burn master of attrition.
Okay.
Imagine if this had not been Abby, but for Cicatrix, he would be dead.
Does not need to regenerate. Alas, immortal endurance wasted here. I didn't know whether there'd be a third wave coming in. So
That might be.
all my temporary hit points, that's fine. Single power point Brutal Barrage attack against the Archmage. Even though I have a slowed target there. That'll be 1 miss, but 3 hits for 36 points of damage. The Archmage. And as the Archmage isn't slain, she looks over at Cohort 2, realizes, nah, it's okay. She's not leaving the Chosen. That'll be the end of her turn.
I can
Takes
still
10 damage.
Got to sit up as he dies in saddle.
Ah!
This dragon will
Melts away from the sheer light. Flowers slowly sprouting out.
fight at Imisuri, I suppose, and then like slowed the shift over here.
It would no longer be slowed because my turn ended.
Still shifts there.
I was going to say the dragon does also take the 10.
Really, this dragon wants to build too, and I don't think he really hurt you guys. It certainly can't get the chosen. You can't do 20 damage per turn. So, if you want to just hunt it down, then
I don't know whether the chosen actually wants to talk to any of these black dragons or not.
Yeah, I mean, Manakai, you would know.
I don't think he's anything to say.
No.
Okay.
They just need to die so that to make room for the new.
All right. Well,
They'll be mulch. So this guy will be smacked down into the ground.
It's like
pulverized.
these dragons are not.
dust.
These dragons are not like they don't have a great feeling about Shar or anything. They just sort of would like the world that is to come from Shar. And
I get you. All right.
yeah,
And then
the battle has been won. This was thought by the Netherese probably to be enough to weaken the Chosen for future conflicts, which is really what the current battles are about. A lot is weakening for future conflicts, whether it be the country or other Chosens. Because this is certainly not the only Chosen that's been attacked like this. They're not targeting Sylvanas. They're trying to get them,
absolutely.
to weaken them, without spending too much. It's certainly expensive for them to lose actual Netherese people. I prefer just losing demons and dragons. That's okay. Yeah.
They got a partial refund of the dragons.
Yeah. Safe to say, had Montaigne not had the assistance of a guardian, he might have been bloodied, and who knows, maybe more. Though certainly well enough capable of fighting. Yeah. Yeah, well, you have defeated the foe.
Dragon settles onto the ground, freezing a few times, but looking at how she's regenerated and all the temporary hit points, she's not like, we're good. And Martain will regenerate himself to full and
Landing.
Yeah, I feel like the breeze just slowly repairs him. Perhaps small flower petals just come up and cover his wounds, and then they're dressed and fine.
As if time quickly moves along.
Yeah.
As he lands from his flying, hovering state, being lifted by the warm summer winds.
By the wind. He is a Disney princess.
Yeah, well,
Little birds has made him fly by holding his clothes up.
I think looking around, this was probably the battle that took the longest. Like these assassins had struck the druids, hurt them. The druids pushed back hard enough to sort of, really both sides knew that wasn't the main fight. So the assassins were mostly there to keep the druids from interfering here, right? Which they didn't, but that wasn't. Yeah. We'll look to Imisure. And
it's gonna say the hero worship is not gonna lessen. Martain will remember this heart.
Your way of fighting fits better with my own than Gildenfire's.
After I hatched, I had 3 other dragons on which I needed to keep an eye. I was forced to move quickly, not just to deal with ranged foes, but to cover them as well. It has been some time since I have needed to cover someone. But yes, our fighting styles do match.
We shall have more chances to show the A shame that some got away. However, they will come back. Or rather,
will.
if they do, there would be no purpose in chasing them now. And if they don't, then it never really mattered whether they lived or not.
Perhaps their next visit will be less insulting. Really. She snorts, like, they just were primarily focusing on the Chosen, and look at her! And look at her!
Yeah.
As if there were any doubt.
Could have fought her, definitely.
Absolutely. The very nerve, really, to just, the idea that she's treated as, like, not the most important target on a battlefield is insulting to her.
Uh-huh.
She's a dragon!
Yeah.
I mean, he's a Chosen so bad, but look at him! Come on.
A youngish elf.
Yeah.
It's
He's a
bad when
young
even the dragons know that he's young, you know?
Then again,
Those
like,
baby cheeks.
her arrogance aside, he is a Chosen, and so it's...
Yeah.
It is something
She
that Shard desires. Quite
Yeah, it's not about power as much. It's just that like Shars probably doesn't really have a problem with Malar other than like stay out of my lane, you know?
No, you can't sacrifice me and get anything out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It didn't specify it, but they were going for Bloodied, and then ideally retreat and sort of.
Yeah.
That basically would symbolize him being tired.
Which could have like
It could
sort of
yeah.
happened, definitely. Without the regen, like that would have been very different. He was like 200, 300 HP down, so it could have easily been brought down there.
Yeah, but if they defeat it, that would be a capture. So
Right.
they don't want to kill
That
these guys. They're way too valuable. They want to knock him out and then bring him home so that they can.
Yes, use them as batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See, again, somewhere Pacific was like, I feel like I'm missing something important.
Yeah, Martain healed over 200 hit points in that encounter as a result of the regen effect I put on him.
Yeah. So.
Not to mention the few times he got regeneration himself.
Yeah, it was only after, like, it didn't make sense to use that before, because these other ones damage so much.
No.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Like, looks around, like, at all the druids, and then up to the skies. She doesn't say anything or ask, like, Martain, like, where we go next, or what happens now. She's patient. She'll wait. And that'll be that.
Yeah. That's pretty much how it goes, right? He will go and listen to the winds, because this year is the beginning of the war, but it is not the end of the war. There's more to come. A lot more. Off to a great start, though. About as well as this could go.
Yeah.
It's always good. Well, if you're on the Comerian side anyway, which was never a guarantee. with the dragons.
It took a while for that to happen.
Look at that character progression. All right.
It's almost like once they had bigger problems than us, we were like,
Ari, do you want? Now we spent some time not on you. Do you want to do your roles research this year? That's something you're interested in doing before we?
I would actually like to wait because I think that this time Basigatrix is trying to find some item that will buff my intelligence. So,
right.
but I as a player would like to have the time to do that.
Yeah, all right. If
that's okay.
Like very helpfully.
Throw money at the problem,
Yeah. Do it. Great. Then
also it's past 12, so
yes it is. Well, I just make sure we all get something done.
Yeah. This was great. I'm glad that we decided to do this fight.
Me too. It
I really
It
am
worked out.
enjoying like the thing where we like have someone play another character and then like the dragon. It really it's very actionable, and it makes sure that you're sort of keeping present.
the reason we don't have as many fights as you would in a normal game is also we're an epic tier, and they're just these guys are archmages. Like it takes a long time to make one of those. You know?
Yeah.
Like the foes that are needed now. When I look at the list of foes, it's like, oh yes, this is Dispater, the demon baron of the first layer of hell. He's around this level. You're like, oh, all right. So you need, yeah.
Hold on. I kept this in my pocket if someone else showed up. What? I heard you were talking shit. Oh, only a 41.
Good night.
Yes.
Of course, the 41 is when no one important.
Oh,
Lap.
they can't all be winners.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get those bad rolls out of here so that when it matters.
I defended. I filled my class roll. It's been a while since I did that.
It is
Yeah,
so
but
well. That
you know.
19 regeneration is just like
Fucking What?
that is for an enemy. That is a rough thing to deal with.
Yep. That was that.
especially it's like as a defender, you take all the hits and then like, oh, you also get healing. Like
That was my level
How?
26 utility. Close burst
Like-
5, a zone that I don't have to sustain. Even if I go down, it lasts until the end of the encounter. Moves with me. +2 power bonus on all defenses. And regeneration equal to 10 plus my highest ability modifier, which is 9. And if we're fighting aberrations, it's even worse for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this battle, the 6 wings are dangerous. They can do a lot
Yes.
of damage, but when it's one of those you must hit with both attacks to do the thing, which means against high defensive targets like Missouri, it just doesn't really happen. You might hit one, but 2 of them is very unlikely.
No, yeah.
Big
On
damage
the
up,
second
right?
tricks, this would have been rough. Like if she needs to fight, she needs to fight solo enemies, or she needs.
I'm looking at your armor class here, and that's comparable. It's higher than the Chosen's is.
I have worked very hard.
The
Because turns out I need to be sort of able to sometimes hold my own.
the lesson here is also, Shah's people generally low on fortitude, generally
Yeah.
decent will and reflex.
Not really great news for the rogue dragon, though.
Not a lot of HP, but high
Great
damage and mobility. Typically, they have sort of an overall set of traits,
And
which makes them squishy but hard hitting.
circumstances would have been different for sure if the land we were fighting in was covered in shadow.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they can
Oh
turn
yeah.
invisible.
No, the fucking teleport 8. It's not. It's like, oh yeah, movement. Like you have crazy movement, but the ability to just teleport, like nothing. You don't care about terrain. You don't care about attack of opportunity. You like.
Welcome
like,
to being
bloop.
chosen. So Evander only has 3, except when he's in water, in which case he can go however he wants.
He is. Yeah.
I mean, chosen of an inferior god,
Oh,
really.
I mean,
Lesser god,
don't say
some
that.
say.
Are we far away enough from
Fancy
water?
god.
I mean, I'm just speaking it like it is. Like,
Yeah.
second order.
That's why Umbalee's so mad.
Basically.
All right. Well, certainly looks weird staring at this map now, and it being the same.
Wow,
same
yeah.
shade.
It's been a while, hasn't
Right?
it?
No, like seriously, I felt like I was blind. I was like, what is this map? Like it's hard
Things
to
are
navigate
happening in the
almost.
world, and nothing is sacred. However, this timeline turns out, not holding it up to the other, to sort of the canon one,
No, I don't
Netherreal
think so.
can definitely win this war. They have a lot of things going for them, and So this was a devastating. Losing every one of those roles to just lose that whole campaign, it's
Yeah.
not where you want to be. Anyway, I hope it was fun. It sounds like it, and I hope
Yes.
it was fun for the viewers as well.
What will happen next session?
Will we discover
no.
more about the ritual? Probably. The
Think-
dice rolls tell us otherwise.
Now, Grimmeth, what was one of your goals? That like the one with Sembi and Shadow?
Symbia
Remove
needs to
Netherese
no longer
influence.
be a vassal of the Netheril Empire.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
You thought remove the shadow. Yeah. That could
was
have been,
not like
but
did not care about the shadow. Was not a concern of mine. Didn't really think that it was gonna. Like,
Yeah, and that was, I was like, wait, what?
wasn't a goal of mine.
Yeah. I have
It'll
to.
help them.
Have to figure out
maybe there's a novel about it you could read.
because I don't just want to every year,
From time to time.
yes, roll 4 dice, but
Well, you
also
can think about your
hesitant
goals, right?
to punch anything really.
You're also going to be on a clock of sorts because, as shown, like what you discovered, Gregaren, the stone giant lich, is making his own adjustments.
Yeah, I really
might-
have to
might
think about
even-
that. 'Cause
I don't know if you caught up on this, Ari, but looking at this ritual, you can see even in some of the blue ones, there's a bunch of the sort of orange stuff put in there, showing where
Yeah.
he's been sticking his long fingers. Otherwise,
Oh, he's also touched those. Yeah.
made little edits, little changes, just push things around. Basically, what you would like to do, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
he has had plenty of time to do. Most recently, a burst
I
of
think you're-
inspiration.
Before you make any actual edits to those tablets, I think your first goal should really be like making it so that the Serpent Valley can't access that ritual set anymore.
Yeah.
That it comes in through your portal in Westgate. Because you won't be able to make any edits without him noticing it.
Oh no, yeah. Like that is the first. Like, we're not gonna fucking make edits and then suddenly he stands here. No, thank you.
So the central portal seems to work slightly differently than the others.
Which portal is central? His? No. Oh, the big one. Yeah.
The big one that goes to the Serpent Valley.
There might be part of the ritual dealing with that. Right out researching. Yeah, I hope that's a fun system. Quite a while to make sure everything makes sense, self-consistent. So, good. With that, we are going to say thank you for today. Thank you for watching.
Goodbye.
And time for us to see. Well, next week. Good night.
Good night.